Anybody who wishes to speak, please give your, what are these called, cards to Chris. Thank you.
You can have her cook, yeah.
After all that discussion about the diet.
I see you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the RCSD Board of Directors General Meeting. Today is Tuesday, July 11th, and I'd like to open up this meeting with a roll call.
Roll call, Director Barkey,
Here.
Director Searles,
Here.
Director Maynard,
Here.
President DeMarco,
Here.
Director Shade is absent this evening.
Thank you. Next, we're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance, and doing our Pledge of Allegiance or doing our color guard is Dan Moran's, the Scoutmaster, Troop 642 from Seal Beach. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Kyle Chang, and I will be leading the flag ceremony with other scouts from Troop 642, most of which are first years and will be going to their first summer camp in 2 weeks. Color guard attention. Audience, please rise. Color guard front forward march. Color guard halt. Color guard across the colors. Prepare to post the colors. Color guards post the color. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
2. Color guard, reform and return to ranks. Color guards, could everyone that participated please come up to the front? Okay, so each one of you will introduce yourself while talking into the microphone.
My name is Owen Gonzalez.
My name is Carter Davis.
My name is Noah Asato. My name is Billy Williams.
My name is Ryder Kono.
My name is Avinash Verma.
My name is Nathan Kim.
My name is Benjamin Chung.
My name is Tony Krumbach. My name is Kelvin Krumbach.
And my name is Kyle Tang.
All right, we have 3 presentations. Presentation 1, Southern California Bluebird Club, Bill Wallace. Joe, would you like to introduce him or just let Bill go?
No, I will
Thank you,
give him
Joe.
a brief introduction. If you guys might remember, board, we had a Peggy Blanton who represents the Bluebird Society, and she could not make it tonight. She's out of town, and she had Bill step in. I believe he's the regional director, or I don't know his real title, but I know he oversees a large area of California. So we have Bluebirds boxes in our parks, both Rossmoor and Rush, and they oversee a number of parks in the county. And he's here to give us an overview. And then we also are setting up some educational tours in at both parks for our residents to take part in. We'll be publicizing those. Okay? Bill, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Bill Wallace, and I am the president of the Southern California Bluebird Club. We are one of a number of chapters in California. Our chapter is the largest. We have approximately 200 monitors that take care of some 2,000 plus Bluebird boxes. And we typically, our group pledges by far the most Bluebirds in California, mostly in Orange County, also some in Diamond Bar, Riverside, San Diego, and Santa Barbara that our members take care of. So in any case, I appreciate you having me here, and I'll try to make this as brief as possible. Have you ever seen a western bluebird? This is not a bluebird, nor is this. This is a western bluebird. This is a male. You'll notice that it has a rusty color on the chest and a bright blue on his back. The female typically is much less conspicuous than the male. Bluebirds are typically 7 inches long. They're in the thrush family, the same family as robins. They eat bugs, insects, worms, and occasionally some berries when other sustenance isn't available. Their local habitat is where their food is, grassy areas such as golf courses, parks, cemeteries, and green belts. The lifespan is 5 years, going up to 8. Some time ago, bird watchers in the Midwest discovered that the number of bluebirds were decreasing. There were several theories on why this was happening. Because bluebirds belong to a small group of birds called cavity nesters, they do not build their nests in unprotected areas. Therefore, they use a cavity in which to build their nest, such as a hole in a tree, an abandoned woodpecker hole, or a man-made nest box. Cutting down trees has removed natural cavities as their nesting site, hence why we have gone to the man-made nest box. On the left is a western bluebird. There's also a mountain bluebird that is indigenous to our mountain areas, and then the eastern bluebird. The one difference between our group is that in the Midwest, typically they mount their nest to the top of a 6-foot pole. Here we hang them in trees, mainly to keep them out of commercial sprinklers so they don't get wet. Bluebirds have been around for millions of years. Fossil remains found in Carpinteria date from 2 million to 10,000 years ago. In recent times, forests were being converted to pasture land that created more open space that were better suited for bluebird foraging. Hence the use of parks and cemeteries, golf courses, and such. I'll skip over some of this because I know you want to get going. In December 1915, the IT magazine Condor reported the following. In 1892, a pair of bluebirds persisted in trying to nest in a mailbox on North Broadway in Los Angeles. In spite of discouragements by the mailman and his owner, several eggs were laid, and the discouraged bluebirds vacated the site. In 1966, when a breeding survey showed that there had been a decrease of bluebirds of 23% from the previous year, citizens throughout the country started building and emplacing nest boxes. In 1984, Dick Purvis, who was our founder, saw bluebirds nesting in a natural cavity in O'Neill Park. That winter, he built 10 nest boxes and got permission from the Orange County Ranger to place them in the park. He used a ladder and nailed the boxes to a tree about 6 foot above the ground. The bluebirds found them to their liking and made nests in 3 of them. In 1985, Dick added 25 more nest boxes, and the number of nestlings they produced grew dramatically. A typical nest box is roughly 10 foot high with an entry hole, or not 10 foot, but 10 inches, with an entry hole of 1.5 inches to 1.9 inches. What's missing? A perch. Paint color doesn't matter. Bluebirds don't care. Here's a little girl making her own little decorative bluebird box. The one thing we don't do is we don't paint the inside of the boxes. We leave those natural. In order to make it easier to lift the nest boxes, Dick Purvis designed a device that is inserted in the end of an 8-foot pool pole that enabled him to hang nest boxes on tree limbs as high as 15 feet above the ground, which placed them above sprinklers and also isolated them a bit from vandalism. Nesting season is roughly 4 months, April through July. This year, because of the weather, we really didn't get started until May, and where we typically have 2 nestings in a season, most likely it'll just be 1 because the weather just gets too hot this time. The one big thing we have a real serious problem with is plastic ribbon, Easter grass, and fishing line that they build into their nest. And this is fatal to the nestlings, typically because they get their legs tangled in it and cannot fledge. incubation doesn't start until the last egg is laid. She will typically lay 1 egg a day, and once the final egg is laid, then she will start to incubate and hatch. She will incubate for about 2 weeks, and then after they all hatch, they will fledge in 19 to 22 days. The adults continue feeding their offspring for a week or two, and if they have a second brood, it's been known that the offspring of the first pair will help to feed also. We hang nest boxes about 100 yards apart because they are rather territorial. As I noted, they do have 2 broods typically per year, rarely 3. This year it's probably going to be 1. We leave the nest boxes up all year round, as the birds will use them to nest during inclement weather. We use a log that logs the number of eggs, nestlings, and fledglings that we send to the state organization. Some of our monitors will also send that information to the ornithology department in University of, oh gosh, I can't remember it now. I'm sorry. Do bluebirds all look alike? No. Their actions vary by site. Some are docile, some are aggressive. As to their behavior, I'm not going back here, but the more aggressive ones have been known to dive bomb you and strike you in your hat if you're too close to the box. So there are other species that will inhabit the nest box. We'll typically allow them to do that if they do take over a box, with the exception of the house sparrow, which is a non-native bird. Those we will remove their nest and try to move the box to another area because they will destroy the eggs and kill the nestlings. We've even had them kill the mother while she's in the box. The Southern California Bluebird Club was formed in 2007. It's a non-profit organization dedicated to helping western bluebirds continue to thrive in Southern California. Membership has grown to in excess of 100 active monitors, and we have close to 300 on our mailing list. We meet the first Saturday of each month at 9 a.m. at the Duck Club in Irvine. You are all invited to attend. I hope in September to have a guest speaker who we've had from time to time. So in any case, we do have a newsletter that goes out prior to the meeting. If you're interested in doing that, I have left my card and also some information on the club. How many have watched Huell Hauser? If you go to our website, which is SoCalBluebirdClub.org, the bottom of our homepage, there's a link to his California Gold episode that he did in 2007 that gives a nice overview of what we do. In 1984, there were just a handful of western bluebirds in Orange County, but since then their numbers have grown. In 1996, we had a little over 1,000 fledglings. In 2022, over 4,000. So it's been a tremendous success. Regretfully, it's an artificial population because if nobody put the bluebird boxes up, we wouldn't have that success. You may be wondering how to attract bluebirds to your yard. The birds, when they are transiting the area, they're looking for a cavity, so they're looking for that black hole in the box. We do have boxes that you can request, which we can get to you for a $20 donation. If you install a nest box, do not put more than one in a yard, and remove all seed feeders as they attract house sparrows and also wrens. I can't guarantee that you will attract some bluebirds to your nest box, but you will have done the first thing to do that. In my own case, we had a box in our yard for 3 years before we finally attracted the first bluebird. And over the last 3 years, they've come back. You can contact us either at our website, which is SoCalBluebirdClub.org, or you can just Google Orange County Bluebird Club, and it'll take you to the site. I want to thank you for inviting me here tonight, and look forward to doing some additional presentations for the community at large. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill.
Any questions?
About how many bluebirds are there in Rossmoor?
I'm not sure the total number of bluebirds in Rossmoor, but we have 3 boxes at Arbor, 1 at Laurel, 2 at Cottonwood, 3 at Rossmoor, and 3 here at Rush. And the one at Rush, we have a tribute bench to a lady that was part of our group that passed away about 2 years ago.
Fantastic.
What's the difference between a bluebird and a blue jay?
They're totally different species.
Okay.
The bluebird is a little larger than a robin, a little smaller than a robin, a little larger than a sparrow. That's why we keep the hole at 1.5 inches to 1 9/16 to discourage larger birds from getting in there. The bluebird is in the same family as the robins. They're both in the thrush family.
All right. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
Thank you, Bill.
Okay, next we have, under presentations, recognition. You want me just to have her come up?
Yeah.
So I'd like to call up Lindsay Ludwig. So for all of you guys, Lindsay did something very special for our community, and we would like to recognize her. The arts, stand right there, and I'd like to recognize you, Lindsay. So the RCSD Board of Directors would like to take a moment to recognize Lindsay Ludwig for her organizing a community awareness event on June 10th, 2023 in the Rush Park Auditorium. In cooperation with the Orange County Fire Authority, City of Seal Beach, and the Youth Center, Lindsay and her team provided an overview of the importance of emergency life-saving CPR tips, beach safety, water safety, local resources for swim lessons, CPR training, drowning prevention, and water safety awareness were all made available. Thank you, Lindsay, we thank Lindsay for her passion and dedication to the community, and we would like to give you this.
Tony, if I may, we might want to ask Lindsay at the end of the presentation to say a couple of words. Very rarely This is a special family. Lindsay's known as the bus lady. If some of you have seen her blue bus that she runs crafts and birthday parties out of, it's just down the street on Mainway. And her kids are special. They're three great little girls. They're always here at the park. Her and her husband are very hands-on, and I'll let her tell you her story because basically it's a thing of turning a little hurt into hope, and she did a great job. So would you, Lindsay, please?
Hi, I don't know where I should face. Like, can I just do this? Can I do that? Sorry, I don't like talking in public. I usually put my husband up here, but he's putting our 3 girls to bed, so I missed that bullet right now. So a couple of years ago, we were visiting family back in the Midwest, and 4 minutes went by before we didn't notice my a year-and-a-half daughter had slipped through the doggy door, followed our dog, or the family dog, down the stairs, ended in the pool. 4 minutes, she was there. I pulled her out. My husband did CPR for 3.5 minutes on her, and he was able to get her back. It was like magic. Wow. And this is the thing, people listen when I tell the story, and I just started telling the story last year because it's been such a shameful, how could I let that happen to my daughter? So fast forward 2 years later, we asked Joe, we asked some of the RHA, we asked the Rossmoor Living, we asked the community if we could put on a little bit of a presentation, and my husband told the story. And it's kind of selfish because it's good therapy for us, because people listen. We all know someone with a pool in this neighborhood, and so being able to talk about this, I would like to continue it, and so that way we can maybe hopefully, because CPR works, and the faster you get there, the faster you won't have brain damage, secondary drowning, all these things, and we're so lucky. So thank you for allowing us to do this, and yeah, okay, I'm gonna go.
Thanks, Lindsay. Thank you, Lindsay. Okay, next up, Orange County Sheriff Department Captain A.J. Patella presents quarterly crime statistics. Come on up, Captain.
Did that last young lady leave already? Well, I wanted to add a few. One very important topic, CPR is important, but if we can keep them out of the water to begin with, if you have a party, water watchers, have somebody responsible watching that water at all times. If my fire friends were here, they would tell you the same thing, and we go on these calls all the time, and it's one of the hardest things to ever see, to see what, luckily that one turned out okay, but there's plenty that do not turn out that way. And on a lighter note, I got a couple Orioles in my backyard right now that we're watching, so my daughter would sympathize. So, get Orioles too? Nice. So, okay, so, and I gave you guys some copies up there. I was here at the previously quarterly meeting, and we didn't get a chance to really present any numbers or statistics, right? So I wanted to kind of do an overview of, rather than a quarterly report, kind of give you a summary and comparison of the first 6 months of the year, right? So January 1st through the end of June. As you can see, the total calls for service went up, but it's actually a good thing. Because if you notice under our self-initiated activity or observed activity, that's where that activity went up. So a call for service is generally described as any call that comes into dispatch or any time a deputy puts themselves on some sort of activity or call. So if you notice, the self-initiated activity basically skyrocketed at about 50%. So, and I'll get to some of our crime stats below, but to me that is actually the fact that we're here and we're patrolling and the star is always, the flags are always flying in Rossmoor, that helps keep these other numbers as low as they are. And as you can see, the actual assigned calls for service, which I kind of call a real call for service, a call to dispatch, is actually about exactly the same, literally less than 1% difference. So no actual increase there. But one interesting tidbit, and I know we've talked about this in the past, is 911 calls. So we actually had 147 911 calls come into our dispatch center. And that's up from last year, which to me is not necessarily a bad thing. It all depends on how you look at it. To me, it's a good thing. That means people are paying attention and they're calling when they need to. And it's a perfect opportunity to really remind people that when you see something, don't call Joe, don't call a board member, don't call your neighbor, call us. I'm not saying you got to call 911. If it's a safety thing and it's a crime in progress, by all means, we will triage it accordingly. But call us. We cannot help if you don't call us. So I just want to really hit that home. So that I don't see that as an increase, a bad increase. I see it actually as a good increase. So to move down to total crime reports, back in 22 we had 91 total crime reports up to in the 6 month period, and it actually dropped down about 23% to 70. So crimes against persons, kind of very minimal here. That's limited to domestic violence, familial assault and battery type stuff. One higher in 2023 because we had a little melee over at the Sportsman that pretty much involved nobody from Rossmoor, but it was an interesting event. But that upped that number. So actually our numbers on that category are pretty much exactly the same as last year as well. And then the one that we're all concerned about is the crimes against property, right? The thefts, the burglaries, down 26%, but up in a category which we all probably know somebody that's got their catalytic converter taken. That was more towards the beginning of the year. We had quite a few of those. We had a significant arrest thanks to some good eyes in the community. Our deputies stopped a car right on their way out going back towards LA County, and we had a significant arrest of multiple individuals and recovered a ton of stolen catalytic converters. So, and from that point on, it's been very quiet, sporadic. I hate to use the word quiet, but we still see the issue when it comes to certain makes and models of vehicles. So like I said, I can't tell you to put your car in the garage, but if you own certain models, mainly Toyota Prius and certain large pickup utility vehicles, those are prime targets for these catalytic converter thieves. And if it's parked on the street, like I said, I don't want to say you're asking for it, but it just makes it a target. And if you can get it into the driveway minimally, it lessens the chance that you'll be a victim. And actually, I don't want anybody to have to go through that. And same thing, those things are usually, they're not quiet, right? If you hear something outside, call us, we'll come. Chances are they're in the middle of the job, and we'll get them. We've got them before, and we'll get them again. So, numbers from last year are actually significantly higher because of the amount of burglaries. Mainly for vehicles, people tend to leave valuables visible on front seats, or a lot of utility trucks tend to get broken into from people that are visiting, doing work and stuff like that. Burglaries are way down this year. Actually, we've only had 3 residential burgs and none since February. So I said I'd kind of pivot back to that. I fully feel that is because of our heavy presence here. When people see the star flying around, they go somewhere else. So that you can see the decrease in the crimes against property. The trends that we're seeing, a lot of the burglaries that we do get, open garages. People are leaving open garages. Stuff people are just walking up to. It's a crime of opportunity, right? They walk right into the garage and they take whatever they can get their hands on. I already mentioned the visual items, and we really want to make sure we're locking our gates. We want to minimize, if you have large open glass areas, I encourage you to have some sort of a decent window covering, just to give some sort of barrier in between. If you have a giant picture window, and they're beautiful, but they're also very easy to break and get into. On the same lines, don't advertise that you're going out of town. Don't put that stuff on social media. Don't announce that. Don't send pictures from Hawaii when you're still there. That you'd be surprised. The criminal element does their research too. And we want to minimize what they get their hands on. So, bottom of the page, you're going to see our total number of citations. Obviously, our street sweeping citations will start to pick up as our signs get finished. But you can see a significant increase. We had some parking concerns, on Montecito, and we started to address them, right? So, And what you'll see on the traffic citations and traffic stops is that our activity level along, which basically falls under the same category as self-initiated activity, through the roof. While the citations might not be high, I'm not concerned about traffic citations in Rossmoor as much as I am about a good positive police contact with whoever we're stopping, educating that driver on whatever they're doing wrong, and a good investigative car stop. If that person's not up to any criminal activity, then have a nice day, sir. So, other than that, it's a brief overview. I know it's a long period of time. I think when we get into more of a quarterly snapshot, maybe we can get into a little more details. But I just wanted to throw out some more reminders to the community and kind of give you a brief comparison of what last year and this year looks like, and open to any questions.
Thank you, Captain.
No.
No?
No.
Okay, Captain, that's easy. Great. Thank you very
Thank you,
much
sir.
for the information.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Captain.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have additions to the agenda. I have I want to move H2 all the way up to above D, reports to the board. So with that, I need a motion to do that. So move H2, and that's the pickleball discussion right after public forum.
So moved.
Kind of discussion.
Sure.
Do we have the recreation report ahead of that?
Okay. Oh, I see. So to get them the report and out? Okay, sure, sure. So let's move H2 after D1 then.
I would take that.
You want a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All right, thank you. So let me just, H2. Okay, and so I'd like to open up public forum, and let me just look here. 1, 2.
Moving H2 after the recreation
President DeMarco, are we
Yes.
asking Chris to come up first before public
Oh,
comment?
no. Well, unless you guys want to do that, you want to, before public forum?
Are there any non-pickleball comments for public forum?
Yes, yes.
Josh, while they're doing that, we're getting a significant echo up here. Can you
Up 16.
double check that?
Pickleball.
It might be
It's
related
not
to the
that.
podium.
Got 4, 5, and bike safety, Montecito, and 4. So we got 4 and 4.
So why don't do open forum now?
Yeah, the public.
The public forum for the non-pickleball.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what
All right. So I'm going to call the non-pickleball public forum. Then we're going to do reports to the board, and then I will open up public forum again prior to H2. So let's do that. And the first up is Sue Clark, topic park maintenance. So if it's something to do with pickleball, please refrain to after the report to the board, because I'll open it back up again for pickleball. So Sue Clark, park maintenance. Hello.
Good evening. Hi. I would just like to bring some concerns about the park maintenance at Rossmoor Park. I've noticed, and it happens every year, the grass gets exceedingly dry and brown. The kids are there with Camp Shark, and they're restricted in the area that they are kept. And the grass is cut so short that it turns brown. It's already turning brown. And instead of having grass to play on, they're playing on weeds and dirt. There's several patches of grass already that are very, very thin. The grass itself is mainly weeds, I hate to say. I would like to see a lot more effort being put forward in the maintenance of the park, the grasslands at Rossmoor Park. I'd also like to see a lot more focus on what's actually there. Often I walk around and I see basketball nets that aren't basketball nets anymore, and there's a high activity there. There's the softball fields that have this wonderful rust dirt. that needs to be maintained, needs to be kept moist during the summer. I ask that you please keep up on that, otherwise the dirt is terrible when it gets stirred up and blown. I know there's been issues in the past about that. So I would just like to encourage the focus to be on the maintenance of what's existing at Rossmoor Park, and I'm sure Rush Park as well, but I don't live here, so I can't speak to that. I don't live next to it. So I would just like to encourage the upkeep of Rossmoor Park for the benefit of those who are using it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, Jody Rabanas, bike safety on Montecito.
Good evening, directors. It's good to be before you, and I appreciate that you're looking at the parking situation on Montecito. I've worn the PTA hat here many times talking about the importance of bike and active transportation in the Rossmoor area, and I want to bring that to your attention again as your thank you, by the way, for looking at alternatives so that it can be more safe and more parking. But as you know, right now, there are no designated bike lanes going either way in that stretch right here. And it's kind of okay because a bike can own the lane and take a lane and a car can still pass them. I doubt that a child would feel comfortable doing that. But some of the plans that I've heard being put into play is having parking on both sides and just two ways. And that definitely is a concern. But I hope that whatever your plan is, that it is one that does think about active transportation, including bike safety for our children and our adults. I might mention too, since COVID, we've seen a big uptick of students walking and biking to school, and you've probably noticed a lot more people in your neighborhood also biking, myself included. I also wanted to mention that I am a member of the RHA, and we do have a member on your traffic committee, but I just want to make it clear to you that what that member, that liaison, presents to the traffic committee by no way has been given okay by the overall RHA, that it's more of a liaison position, not one that represents the entire RHA, just so that you're clear on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. And I'm glad you brought that subject up because just for a teaser, this board is discussing the corridor of Montecito, and we did have a traffic meeting. I know Joe's going to talk about it later on, and we are talking about bike lanes and a lot more. So please stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, and please stay involved because we definitely want your input. Thank you, Jody. All right, next, Michelle Fieldson, Park Use, Prop 68.
Good evening. You all have my email, but I'm going to go ahead and read it because I'd like it as part of the public record. As our elected leaders, you have the responsibility for oversight of our parks. One such component is a 5-year plan for capital improvements, which your own policy manual mandates should be updated annually and presented simultaneously within the preliminary annual budget review process. No such plan exists. A second component is a master park plan, a comprehensive, long-range strategy for the creation, optimization, and maintenance of both our parks. A bird's eye view for today and into the future, something which is long overdue, and something which should include extensive community involvement. We need to stop this piecemealing of activities or events, trying to spend as little as possible, ending up with a mishmash of something that was never clearly thought out. Neighbors surrounding both parks deserve equal quality of life. When we reach the point that adding more noise and congestion to one park over the other becomes acceptable because that park is already so noisy from sports activities, it is blatantly unfair, unethical, and truly a dereliction in your role to serve this entire community equitably. What about alternating movie nights each summer between parks? It would be great for Rossmoor residents to have the opportunity to take their young children in tow to movies. We would love to have the farmers market close to our home. Same thing for festivals. This would also include, of course, equitable distribution of sports activities. What is the community's vision for our parks? We don't have that plan. Deferred maintenance, at least for Rossmoor Park, is at an all-time low. The dilapidated, rusting storage containers continue to be eyesores, backstops are deteriorating, while Rush Park is bidding for new carpeting and a consultation by an acoustical contractor for improving sound in the auditorium. What are our park priorities? Despite being told that we have plenty of money for capital improvements, this board is non-accountable as to where that money might be. The last capital improvement projects were completed in 2018, which were the canopies and playground equipment at Rush Park. When the directors issued the resolution that authorized the general manager to proceed with securing a Prop 68 grant contract, the directors moved $150,000 into Fund 40. Fund 40, the Capital Improvement Reserves Fund, was systematically depleted to balance budgets over the 2019 to 2022 timeframes when general operating expenses were excessive. The largest budgetary shortfall occurred in 2019 when a district ad hoc committee instructed the district's contract attorney to research and draft sample legislation with absolutely no community input, which proposed legislation that would give this board more local control and even less accountability to its residents. While the full board of directors did not approve of this action, they did approve payment of the attorney's invoice, approximately $45,000 in legal fees, the first step in taking away our park improvements. In the meantime, the RCSD repeatedly assures residents that the district is fiscally healthy because they've been able to budget funds into a general reserves account. However, the money in this account cannot be considered general reserves because in actuality, what money exists in this account is our currently stalled, unbuilt canopy, Rossmoor Park's 25-year-old play structure, our deteriorating ball fields, and any actual improvements to our parks. Proposition 68 was a grant approved by the voters in 2018 for improving and renovating parks across our state. The general manager entered into a contract with the state in January 2022. The Prop 68 development project scope cost estimate for Rossmoor Park included resurfacing parking stalls, resurfacing tennis and basketball courts, installing new playground equipment, renovating backstops, dugout benches, flooring for the community center, and installing a new picnic shelter, canopy, and concrete pad. Total cost was $128,164, minus the required matching amount by the RCSD of $25,633. The total grant requested for Rossmoor Park was $102,531. May of 2019, resurface of tennis and basketball courts was $23,710. June of 21, community center flooring, $83.60. June 2018, tennis court lighting, $38.16. Then in August and September, playground surfacing and replacement equipment totaled $7,489. Only now are we receiving reimbursement for these costs. This includes projects that were done in 2018 and 2019. Why was there such a delay in requesting funding? In addition, resurfacing tennis and basketball courts was done just 4 years ago, $23,000. Yet in the proposed budget for Department 30, Rossmoor Park for capital improvements is the picnic shelter still undone, just a concrete slab for $40,000, and one that is substantially smaller than what is at Rush Park, as well as $50,000 to resurface basketball and tennis courts. Tennis court life is approximately 4 to 8 years. There's absolutely no way money should be spent to resurface the courts again, especially with a price tag that appears to have doubled. You were just reimbursed for this expense, and this is what you feel is the next high priority capital improvement for Rossmoor Park? No. Any reimbursement monies from Prop 68 for Rossmoor Park should be spent on the improvements listed as needed in the grant application, nothing less. Again, this makes a clear case for the need of a 5-year capital improvement plan. The agenda packet states that reimbursement for projects to date is approximately $80,000, $38,000 for Rossmoor Park and $42,000 for Rush Park, with approximately $75,000 to complete flooring in the Rush Park Auditorium and the canopy at Rossmoor Park. There's an issue with the math here. First, these grants are not interchangeable. Rush Park's scope of work was $102,000 less matching funds of $20,000, with a grant request of almost $82,000. So total grant requests for $102,000 for Rossmoor Park and $82,000 for Rush Park is $184,000. For Rush Park, $42,000 has been reimbursed, leaving grant money of $40,000. Rossmoor Park, on the other hand, has been reimbursed $38,000, leaving approximately $65,000 unfunded. With matching funds committed by the RCSD of $26,000, Rossmoor Park should be well on its way to installation of its new playground equipment, as stated in the grant request, and for which nothing has been done, not even a single bid. Total grant requests of $184,000 less reimbursement of the $79,000 per the general manager leaves $104,000 to be funded. Why is the projected unreimbursed estimate only $75,000? Where is the additional $30,000? In closing, the RCSD must take ownership of its duty to the entire community and govern responsibly and ethically, to include 1, oversight of Prop 68, ensuring timely requests and maximum funding, creating a master park plan, creating a 5-year capital improvement plan, and complete all deferred maintenance and promised improvements for Rossmoor Park, recognize needs that were requested to the state in the Prop 68 grant request. This board is accountable to all Rossmoor residents. Until the above steps have been taken and presented to the community, any attempts to spend money on new projects must be put on hold. Such expenditures would be an egregious mismanagement of funds and district resources, and not what any of you were elected to do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, Susan Kaplan, Park Use, Prop 68.
Tony, I think she's passing.
Okay. All right, so anyone else, non-pickleball related matters? Okay, so I'm going to temporarily close public forum, and we're going to move to D1, reports to the board, recreation report. Mr. Mendoza.
Thank you, President DeMarco, members of the board. I'd like to ask Chris Argueta to come up and give you a report on the recreation programs we have had in the past and the upcoming ones to look forward to. Chris?
Good evening. Yeah, I'm just going to mention some past community events and upcoming movie events, like Joe mentioned. In May, we collaborated with CR&R, and we had a combo event where we had a bulky item cleanup and also a compost giveaway. Residents can come by and drop off large items, acceptable items that usually are not picked up on regular garbage days. And they could also pick up 2 free bags of compost. It was a great event. We had about 300 vehicles come up. We had a line around the park. It was pretty much busy from 9 to 12 the whole time. It was a great event. We plan on doing another one in mid-September, so keep an eye out for that. You can come by and drop off your large items and another 2 bags of compost as well. Last month on June 3rd, we also had the Rossmoor Family Festival. It was the first of 4 festivals that we're going to have, and that first one was in collaboration with the RHA and Los Alamitos Unified School District. We had the high school graduation parade that started behind Sprouts in the shops of Rossmoor. It went around Rossmoor and ended up at Rush Park, and that's when we started off the first festival, and we had games, entertainment, vendors, food, and it was really nice to see all the families and graduates come out and enjoy themselves. We had Familiar Faces close out that event, and we also had another past event this past Saturday. That one was also a great event, a bigger turnout than the first one. I think they're going to keep getting a little bit bigger and bigger each month that passes. We had the same thing. We had local vendors, we had food trucks, we had a kids zone for the kids, and we had live entertainment by Gold Rush Country. They did a really great job. There wasn't any incidents or issues that I'm aware of, and it was a really good event, and also great to see everybody come out for that event. We had, last month we also had movies in the park. We showed Puss in Boots, and we had about 250 people for that show, and we have a free jumper and arts and crafts that start at 6. The movie starts at dusk. It starts usually around 8 o'clock. And we have another one coming up this Friday. It's going to be Lightyear. So again, it's going to be free arts and crafts for the kids, bounce house starting at 6, and light snacks are also available. And also it's going to start at dusk. We had water safety awareness with Lindsay Ludwig that was mentioned earlier. That was a great event. We had Seal Beach Lifeguards, we had OC Fire Authority, and Falk Emergency Services. They demonstrated and provided water safety tips and also some basic CPR. They also, at the end of the event, we were able to go out and check out the ambulance, the fire engine, and the lifeguard truck, that was pretty fun. They had a lot of kids going in and out, taking pictures, trying on some stuff. Looked like they had a lot of fun. We also have the Shakespeare by the Seas coming again to Rush Park. That is also this weekend, July 15th. We're going to be having the performance of Hamlet. And on July 16th, they're going to be performing Twelfth Night. That's a free event starting at 7 o'clock p.m. for both days. So come on out, bring some snacks and a chair, and just enjoy the performances. Last year, we had a health and wellness festival and had a great response from the attendees, and it's going to be back in November. November 4th is actually the date for that, and we'll have classes and workshops offered for the residents. There's going to be great healthy food options and informative vendors that are going to be able to answer questions. We have some programming coming. Senior and top programming is going to be coming in the fall. Keep an eye out for that. We're going to be posting stuff on our website and social media. In August, I believe. We also have the Heroes Luncheon coming here in Rush Park Auditorium. We host the event on Thursday, September 21st, and that's in collaboration with the Los Alamitos Chamber of Commerce, and that is to honor the medical frontline workers and those in uniform for their bravery and courage. For more information for that, you could email info@losalchamber.org. That's a great event that we've had it here, I think, 1 or 2 previous years, and a lot of people come out for that, and it's a great performance by the LoSal choir comes out for that usually. We also have the Youth Leadership Camp coming here. It's in collaboration with the Youth Center, and that's going to be on July 17th through the 21st, also at Rush Park and Youth Center building. And then we have a couple ongoing events that are either weekly or monthly. We have the farmers market every Thursday here at Rush Park, starting at 4 o'clock, and we're going to have usually kids entertainment going from 5 to 6 usually. So come on by for that. We have a mulch giveaway. That's on the 2nd and 4th Saturday of each month. 2nd and 4th Saturday of each month over at Kempton Park, as you come on by and pick up some free mulch. We also have the Red Cross monthly blood drive. That's the 3rd Wednesday of each month. Next one will be July 19th, and if you're looking to schedule a donation, you could visit redcrossblood.org. And last but not least, we have the youth summer camp going on at Rossmoor Park right now, and that is going on from June 12th, and the last day will be August 11th. And that's all I have to report.
Okay. Any questions for Chris?
No, thank you, Chris.
Thanks.
No. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks.
All right. D1, all right, so we moved H2, so now, prior to H2, I'm going to open public forum back up to finish the public forum request, and first one up, this is under the subject of pickleball. First up is Susan Kaplan.
Good evening. My name is Susan Kaplan. I live on Baskerville. I want to first off ask you all to please postpone any vote on pickleball tonight because Joe Shade is not in attendance tonight. And then I want to ask you all, when the vote does come, to please vote no on pickleball at Rossmoor Park. At the pickleball committee meeting a couple weeks ago, Directors Maynard and Searles heard arguments opposing pickleball at Rossmoor Park, raising themes heard repeatedly at board meetings month after month for over a year. Many of us repeated our airings as to why pickleball is not a fit for Rossmoor Park, including expense, loss of revenue, diversion of resources from other park improvements, noise, distress for residents around the park, security issues, inability to supervise and enforce conduct, decimation of tennis, traffic, and impact on property values. Pickleball attendees brought up their singular theme. Pickleball's fun. It's multi-generational, and we don't want to have to travel a mile or two to play it. So, why did we have the pickleball trials if we were just going to fall back on subjective observations like pickleball is in high demand and selectively discount the damages to the community? Does none of the fallback from the pickleball trials count? We did spend $10,000 on the trials, so what did we learn? Well, first, we learned that pickleball was not overwhelmingly in demand. And in fact, the RCSD had to boost attendance with marketing for the second half of the trial. And even then, reservations for pickleball were unimpressive. 2, the first 4-day trial informed you that you needed sound mitigation, but that was obvious and didn't need a trial run. 3, the 90-day pressure test informed you that the sound mitigation provided does not work. So you added more mitigation blankets at additional cost. But now at this juncture, you choose to ignore the fact that these additional blankets still don't work. You have refused to accept the hospitality of Lisa Keats to revisit her home. Hearing it with your own ears was what General Manager Mendoza suggested. After all, Mr. Mendoza is quoted as saying the sound of pickleball is minimal when he stands on the corner of Hedwig, and suggested you hear it for yourselves. So why haven't you taken Lisa Keats' invitation to take another listen? Why, when we neighbors continue to tell you the mitigation doesn't work, do you not pursue our complaints? And when the general manager uses an amateur device that produces averaging of decibel readings, data which is well known to be irrelevant to the actual sound impact of pickleball, why does this board not question this? We know you are informed. We have sent you article after article, including testimony from your own Bob Unitich. So why do you not take issue with this illegitimate data? Lastly, very clearly the 90-day trial showed that RCSD cannot enforce hours of pickleball play and conduct of play. You posted signs, but these were violated frequently. If you convert tennis courts to pickleball courts permanently, you know that pickleball players will still play during off hours and on the dedicated tennis courts. The quiet and tranquility of the park in the short time since the pickleball trial ended has been so reviving. Please, please do what's best for Rossmoor. Please represent all of us. As you have heard so many times, pickleball is not a need for Rossmoor. It is a want, and that want has to be balanced against the damages it creates for the neighborhood. The pickleball trials have divided this community in profound ways. You have a responsibility to serve all of your constituents fairly and in an unbiased way. and in a responsible way, including budgetary concerns that were discussed just before myself. The last thing I want to add relates to the tennis community. At the recent committee meeting, you talked about locking all of the tennis gates after 5 p.m. because that would solve the pickleball violators playing during sensitive evening hours. But that will punish the tennis players unfairly and profoundly. Tennis in the evenings has never been the problem, and tennis has already been adversely affected in all too many ways. Please do not deprive the tennis community from playing in the evenings, which we have done for decades without disturbing the peace. Pickleball is that problem. Please vote no on pickleball at Rossmoor Park. Enforcement is absolutely required, and that is simply impossible. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, Julie Miller.
Hello, good evening. I have one question, and I would like a statement, yes or no. It's come to my attention that one of the board members voted yes for the pickleball when his wife is an ardent and active pickleball player. I would like to know if that is the case, and I have strong reason to believe it is, why that person did not recuse himself rather than vote for it when there was clear conflict of interest.
Well, you're talking about me.
Yes.
Okay, so so let me just ask you a question. Okay, so if I'm going to make a decision about our basketball courts and my kids play basketball, do I have to recuse myself?
In this particular case, yes. If it's that controversial, and if there's a clear and a bias, distinct bias, yes, of course you do. That's common sense.
Okay, well, I don't agree with that. So
Well,
what my
we'll
wife
see.
does, is no bearing on this. She enjoys outdoor activity, and so do I. So.
We'll have to see how it plays out then. I'm not sure what the answer is legally. At this point, I'm really not, but thank you.
Why don't you ask Tarquin, because there is no legal recourse for you to recuse yourself.
Sure. Tarquin, is there a recourse for me to recuse myself from discussion or any action by this board on pickleball because my wife plays the sport? By the way, I play pickleball. I play tennis. I play basketball. I play a lot of sports.
President DeMarco, I'm not aware of any violation of the Political Reform Act or any Fair Political Practices Commission regulation that would require you to recuse yourself from a vote on pickleball absent some financial interest.
Thank you, Tarquin. Okay. All right, next up, Ralph Artebedian, pickleball.
Thank you, board members. I wrote a letter on July 9th and emailed it to all of you. I assume.
Ralph, can you put the mic up to your little higher? Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
I assume you received it, but let me go over some of the key points. I'm not asking anything other than to delay the vote tonight for 5 reasons that I enumerated. And at the time I wrote this, I wasn't aware that Director Shade would not be here to cast a vote. I think that given the amount of time the board has spent on this issue and the amount of community input you have had, I think it would be good to have all 5 directors present for the vote. And it is the doldrums of summer, and many of your constituents are out of town on vacation.
I'm sorry, Ralph, but you also need to move up a little bit.
Move up?
Right? Can you hear?
Yeah, it's hard to hear you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is that better?
Yeah.
All right. So I think now I'm getting an echo though. I think the pickleball trial did show that there was not good compliance with the rules that you established. There were visitors routinely playing pickleball on other tennis courts than the designated one. They were playing, in one case, on the basketball court, and they were playing on even the walkway leading up to the community center, among other places. And they were violating the hours that you had established for pickleball play. So you don't have the staff on site to monitor this. I don't believe that the sheriff is willing to monitor and control the activity if it doesn't involve violations of the criminal code, and these probably don't. So I'd like to see, and another thing that I believe is very important for you to do before you take a vote is to consult with the district attorney of Orange County and determine exactly which of your rules and regulations and policies are enforceable by law enforcement. And if they aren't, I think you need staff suitably trained and equipped to control the park. I don't think any of my neighbors want a lack of enforcement to creating an unruly and disorderly park, which would be a nuisance for the community. I don't think the trial established a formal plan for how you're going to mitigate noise and operate the pickleball courts permanently. I understand that's where you're headed, but I think you ought to have that formal plan in hand and well understood before you go forward with it. Your own consultant advised that you needed a sound mitigation that would surround all four corners of a pickleball facility. That was not done, and I think it might be one of the reasons why members of the community have complained about the noise. And really, you need a fence to separate the center line so that the pickleball court is separate from the adjacent tennis court, and it would allow you to have four sides of acoustic blankets. I'll throw in the fact that you need security cameras inside that where there would be no line of sight from outside to avoid illegal activity, disorder, drug use, homeless encampments, urination, which has already happened, anything else. Also, without this plan, I really wish RCSD had reached out through staff and talked to the neighbors to see if there could have been a consensus on how you could operate pickleball in Rossmoor Park. If you said, look, we don't care what you say, we're going to have pickleball in Rossmoor Park, what could we do to at least reach a consensus with you, an agreement with you on how we can operate it? That wasn't done, and I think a model for how it could have been done was the MOU with the LAGSL. That agreement was approved by, I think, a majority of the members of this board, and it allowed LAGSL to operate a successful softball league, and it kept the peace with the neighborhood very effectively, and to this day it still is a good system. I'd like to just, I'm almost done, so going forward, I think pickleball could be very costly. You've already invested $10,000. I wish you would have looked at opportunities to have delivered pickleball at a lower cost. The $10,000 would have gone a long way to, for example, going to the Seal Beach Tennis Center and saying, we'll give you a flat fee each year so that our residents can play for free. Or it could have been El Dorado or some other facility. I think that would have been great. I know that many members of the community want a pickleball facility here so they can walk or bike, but after all, RCSD opposed the LA Fitness Center that would have enabled people to walk and now the nearest fitness center is 5 miles away. So I think people could drive 2 miles to a pickleball facility. And the final point is this pavilion, this shade structure that Ms. Fieldson brought up. I do feel like where you're going to put it is behind the community center, sort of hidden on a very small pad. It's not the robust timber hardtop structure you put here. I think it could have been a real benefit to Rossmoor Park to have put it, had a structure like that, aesthetically pleasing, fronted it on on Hedwig Road or some other major road. It would have been a civic symbol for the 6,000 people that use Hedwig and Foster roads every day. So I think it's not too late to do that. I hope you do delay the vote and do some additional research. This is such a big deal. It's become such a big deal. I know you want to not have it linger anymore, but I think these items I've raised raise a legitimate basis for not voting tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up, Michelle Fieldson. So, Mrs. Fieldson, I let you read the entire email that you sent to us, and I'm pretty sure it was over 5 minutes. So, can we keep this down to, if you're going to just read pages and pages, and it's going to be, we keep it under or around 3 minutes?
Of course.
Thank you.
So far, the RCSD has spent about $10,000 on the trial. This was a perfect opportunity to get objective data, to measure, to have a plan. You subjected the neighbors to really what was torture for 90 days. Our courts have been turned into a hideous monstrosity of horizontal blankets, vertical blankets that look like a cross between a construction zone and an insane asylum. What objective data has been gathered to back up Director Maynard's claim at the Parks Committee meeting that there was a demand and that pickleball belonged to Rossmoor Park? I did a calculation of the last 45 days of the trial, since that was the greatest use of the courts. That was when it was advertised to everybody from outside the community to come into Rossmoor. Court 1A reservations accounted for 17% of the available court hour use. Courts 1B and 1C, 5%. So the questions remain, of these pickleball players, how many were actually from Rossmoor? How many were from outside the area? Where did they typically play? How many times a week did they typically play? This was also information that should have been gathered from walk-ons. We have no verifiable answers to any of those questions. There was a wealth of information to be gathered here, and a trial done properly with a plan would have provided that data. Instead, the board chose not to gather that data, allowing them to subjectively interpret their opinions to favor the narrative for pro pickleball. An example is the reference at the meeting to 50% pro, 50% con from the emails. I've scanned those emails. That is so skewed. It is so far off base. Now, if you subjectively eliminate many of the complaints because they come from the same people, as if they're limited to a certain number of noise complaints, you could come up with that. But objectively, that's not the case. So we're now projecting costs for 4 different options. Whether the board was willing to undertake the financial burden of any conversion should have been decided upon prior to any trial, but the trial went ahead anyway. It is backward reasoning and completely illogical. There are 17 pickleball courts in Seal Beach. The director of parks in Long Beach stated in a recent interview when he began with the city 2.5 years ago, there was 1 pickleball court. Short term, there will be 66. By 2026, there will be 100 in place. 3 in our small community park is just not right. People are fighting hard to preserve some semblance of balance between recreation and quiet and green space to keep the small community atmosphere that so many of us love about Rossmoor. There has been nothing in the history of Rossmoor that has divided this community more than this attempt at pickleball in Rossmoor Park. While members of the board themselves may not have been calling us whiners and complainers, your actions were interpreted by others to do so on your behalf. The nasty comments via email and social media make this painfully clear. Please stop this chaos and say no to pickleball. I am also asking that a vote be postponed because Director Shade isn't here. I believe all directors' voices need to be heard for this vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Jody Rabanas?
Good evening again, directors. I'm reminiscent of coming before you, I think about 6 years ago when I was PTA district president, and I got a phone call from Dr. Sherry Kropp saying, hey, did you know that they're looking to remove the bike lane here? And Ralph Vitterbedian is going down to Orange County Public Works Committee, and it's going to go through. You need to show up at this meeting tomorrow. And make a long story short, some of you were on a board of director back then, and we did look at the bike lane. We wanted to keep the restricted hours. You'll recall that one side of the lane was for bicyclists to use when they went to school, and the other side was restricted for parking. This is along Foster coming back. And the community was involved. Ralph had such wonderful connections with Supervisor Steele and the committee, and I think some donors that we did get those bike restricted parking was removed, and the bike lane was taken away. I'm just reminiscent of how a small number of people can be so loud and present skewed research. Back then, just the residents along the bike lane were surveyed. I think it was 180 respondents, and it was said 90% of these people, and of course, when the interviewer was saying you don't want to have to move your car these certain times, it was terrible research. But the other 3,000 homes in Rossmoor were not represented. I feel that's here too, is that you're just hearing one small sliver of Rossmoor, people who live right around Rossmoor Park and are against pickleball. This is a no-brainer. This is good for our community. This is something that can promote community vitality, and I know you've heard, because it engages so many different people. I'm one of those that I'm not yet an avid pickleball player, but I've purchased my shoes. My whole family has rackets. We're just trying to get my husband out of his buddy thing that he has to go 5 miles, and so that we can do it in our community. I think that you need to represent all of us when you think about it. I hope that you do vote tonight. This has just gone on way too long. Having 3 pickleball courts will do a lot for my home value. I'd love it if I could just safely ride my bike to play pickleball. When you buy a home by a park or by a bike lane with restricted parking, there's some consequences there. When you buy a park and there's a softball field, there's going to be noises. Many of us have children. Many of us love that little bit of noise because we're out, not only are our families engaging in outdoor activities, we're getting to meet other people in our community. One of the worst things that can happen to a community is that we're not engaging with other people. Having a place in our community that we cross, we talk, we get to know other people. And I think that truly will make a better world, is if we get to know our neighbors and know their different perspectives. Tonight, you should vote, and you should vote yes. Thank you.
Thanks, Jody. All right, next up, Rona Goldberg.
Hi, thank you. I had to hurry up because my battery's about to run out, and so that's where I took my notes. So I am a pickleball player. I don't know if I would say avid, even though it's starting to get kind of addictive. I do like playing at Rossmoor Park. I really love having it in my community. when I played at Seal Beach Tennis Center, it's not easy. I'm not a member, so it costs more money. Sometimes you can't reserve it when you want. And then the other park is not just like 1 mile away. It's Arnold Park, which is about 4.5 miles away, which, yeah, is not the hardest thing in the world to drive down there, but it would be nicer if we could just, come right here to Rossmoor. I wanted to say somebody made a comment, and it was something like, you need to make the decision that's right for all of us. To me, that speaks of a compromise. That's not just one side. So I'm hoping there's a way that maybe both be happy. Happy might be a bit of a stretch, but maybe instead of 3 courts, maybe it's down to 2. So maybe that would help, mitigate some of the sound. Another thing I just wanted to say, you can probably find statistics that will support either way. I know pickleball is the fastest growing sport. I've found articles that say it'll increase your home value. But then at the meeting last week, somebody would say, no, your home value is gonna tank. But like I said, you can find things that support both. I know people are saying that it's fun. Well, park and recreation, that's kind of right in the title of it should be fun. That's what a park is for, to have fun, but it's not just fun. We're outside, sunlight, vitamin D. I have met a lot of new neighbors playing, so that's been fun and exciting. My whole family likes to play, my husband, my 3 children, so that's pretty fun. I beat my teenagers, which is a highlight for me and my husband, that we have those bragging rights. And also for pickleball, it's not just pickleballers breaking the rules. I mean, everybody does it. And I feel like if you're gonna get very technical with pickleball, then you have to do that for everything. Then you have to police tennis and basketball and if that's how it has to be, then that's fine, but I don't know if that's necessarily a reason to not have pickleball. Because, you're always gonna have people who are not gonna do what's right. But the times I was there, I saw most of the time everybody was doing what they were supposed to. And I think that's about it. I mean, I hope there's a way that you can mitigate the noise that would be helpful to people that live closer. But I am in support of pickleball. I hope we keep it. I love playing. I think it's good for the community. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Rob Keats.
Hey, directors. Hey, good evening. I think I've spoken a couple of times, and you guys have come around to our house, so I just want to reiterate a couple of points. My wife and I are not against the sport. We play, we want to play, I need to play, as you can clearly see. But what we've been asking for from day one is a proper facility to be built, okay, with proper mitigation. What's in place now is not working, guys. The additional blankets that you've added have helped a bit, but it's still very clear in the backyard, okay? It hasn't helped as well as we wanted it to help. We were hoping it would make a big difference, but unfortunately it has not. I think what Rhonda said is pretty good, finding some sort of compromise, and there was a lady in the previous meeting that made a very good suggestion, right? Go back to the drawing board, look for a way that you can fundraise enough money to build a really nice facility that the community can both be proud of, that doesn't also impact all of the members that live around the park. And I would strongly suggest that is considered further. We've never complained about anything else, right? Any of the other noise since we've lived here. Why? We're not whiners. The sound is not highly impulsive as what pickleball is. There's many articles out there. I've shared many of them with you. I've just seen another one drop on the Facebook group that I've asked you guys to have a look at. One of the communities up in, I forget where it was, somewhere else in the States, they've just voted because of the noise to reduce the amount of pickleball played. Why is that even happening? Clearly it's an issue. Okay, we're not making this up. I've also shared some snippets with you guys on measurements of intrusive sounds as defined by ANSI. It states that psychological factors need to be considered, that average noise readings underestimate the noise impact, and that sounds with special characteristics need to be adjusted for, which is pickleball, gunshots, that sort of thing, okay? I'm not sure if this has been adequately taken into account when these readings have been taken. You've heard from my wife. She wanted to be here today. She's, this thing has completely stressed her out. She's actually on meds now. It's broken it down. That's how bad it was. It is like torture. You've seen the visible and psychological stress it's put our family under. That trial was torture. We were fine before this trial. The park noise was more than tolerable. We've never complained. But pickleball is just loud, noisy, intrusive, and this impeding non-stop barrage impacts our ability and our rights to enjoy our property. In my opinion, I think the response has been pretty overwhelming against pickleball in terms of some of the arguments that have been put forward. The summary that was provided last week, or the last meeting, failed to include some of the key testaments and comments from people that I trust quite well, real estate economists, that have clearly said that there will be an impact. I mean, these are people that negotiate government projects and the impact on government projects on people's properties. He was here earlier on, he had to step away, Brian Everett. He's written to you guys. I welcome, suggest you guys have a chat to him as well if you feel it is worthwhile. I think it is. So, besides all the, and I get it. I mean, it's a cool sport. It's fun. Vitamin D. I like shooting guns as well. That's fun, but I wouldn't do it in a park, right? Either, because I think it's a bit loud. By 2026, there'll be over 100 facilities, pickleball facilities close by. Why do we need to put it here? Doesn't make sense. Take away from the tennis community. Infuriate us guys living around the park. Not fair. I think, just in closing, as our elected officials, I ask that you please vote no, okay, to converting the Rossmoor tennis courts. I think as a community, let's try and figure out a way forward that's a compromise. I would also ask that you delay the vote until Joe Shade is back. Okay, and as everybody said, I think it's such an important and divisible topic that everybody should vote. And I'll ask just not to tread on us, please. This is we've all made out. This is bad, guys, for us. Please don't shove it down our throat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rob. All right, next up, Victor Pedrosa.
Hello, Board of Directors. Yes, my name is Victor Pedrosa. And today, I just wanted, before you guys make a decision, I feel it's my medical obligation to make another point about pickleball. And it's that we're just thinking about what I'm seeing in the hospitals and ER about all the injuries. And also I've been talking to some ENTs, audiologists, about the noise level, and like you already know, in my opinion, tennis and pickleball doesn't go in the same place. Since pickleball produces noise, tennis doesn't produce as much. The decibels, we pretty much know tennis produces about 40 decibels, pickleball about 60. We don't recommend to patients to be exposed to 70 because we know by 80 decibels produce damage. The constant frequency and the time that you get exposed can produce more damage. Just like the sun, if you go a little bit, it doesn't affect you with sunscreen. But if you go for a prolonged period of time, we know we can develop malignant melanoma or other kind of skin cancers that we know, and that I don't need to mention it. So I'm just concerned about if there's been somebody did research on what could happen in the future with future litigations if people get exposed and produce hearing damage or hearing loss by putting together tennis and pickleball together when we could have had prevented. I think that pickleball is a good sport, but it needs to be separated. Like I told the board a long time ago, classic music and rock music doesn't go together. And we learned by the experience through the years when we used to say that smoking would not produce problem, and we know by secondary exposure, so many of our parents or family or patients they develop lung cancer. So it's something that we need to think about it with more detail, making a concerned response. Regarding the pickleball it is good, but we can find another place or place. We need more tennis courts, and also we need a pickleball where to find it. They just don't go together. As a matter of fact, pickleball didn't come from tennis. Pickleball came from badminton. They just load the net. There is another sport that doesn't produce so much noise, and it's growing more in the whole world. And I don't know if you guys are aware, but it's picking it up more than everything. It's called paddle, and that really comes from tennis with a softball, soft rackets, and it was originally from Mexico, and it's playing in France, Sweden, everything. So we're going to have that in the future here, and it's coming all over. More than 30 million of people are playing that in more than 90 countries. So we can have that in the future. So think about what I said initially about the noise, the potential damage that it can happen. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the last card I have is Art Howe.
How you doing? First, I'd like to say thank you to each of you. I know you've spent a lot of time and energy on this, and you only do so for this amazing community. From my point of view, your service is noticed. As one of the people who did use the pickleball court on a regular basis during the trial, I can tell you that it did bring the community together. It also brought much joy to my personal family. My 10 and 16-year-old sons, my 18-year-old daughters, we would all go over in the evenings and play. My kids would head over with their friends during the day. Now my kids keep asking me, Dad, when are the pickleball courts coming back? And the only thing I can say is hopefully soon. In doing a bit of research myself, I found that it is the most latest sought-after recreational sport. This is because you can play into your elder years. It's very fun. But because of this, it keeps Rossmoor as a destination for families, keeping values up. When voting, I would ask you to vote yes for the residents who love getting outside, getting exercise, who want to hang out with their neighbors, and other local residents within their own park. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? All right, I'm going to close public forum for H2, and I'm going to open up H2 and discussion and possible action, pickleball review and recommendations, including a finding of exemption from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act, provisions to CEQA guidelines, et cetera, et cetera. Joe, go ahead. You want to start us?
Okay, I will give a brief summary because we've covered probably everything we can possibly cover. We've had 6 parks and facilities meetings throughout the years, 2 years, and we've had probably about 13 board meetings that has included pickleball in them. So this started in April 12th, 2022. So we pretty much exhausted and covered every angle we could possibly think of during that time, and heard, I guess, testimony from a lot of residents, both pro and con. So basically, I'm going to give you a brief overview. We've done a trial. We did a 90-day trial after that, and that some of the outcomes, and we went out and visited the sites. We went out and visited the Keats residents, and listened during an exhibition that took place of all 3 courts being used at one time. And so I think our staff and our board has very patiently listened to both sides. And I think tonight I hope we can come to a conclusion, or if you decide to table it to another date, that's basically up to the board. We've exhausted and have seen every, I guess, trial that can possibly happen. Dogs on the court, which there's dogs on the court when people play tennis, there's dogs on the court when people play pickleball, that goes both ways. We've seen soccer kids come out and play soccer on the tennis courts. That's ongoing. That's something that we live with daily. Skateboarders, we constantly have to supervise and administer our rules when there's skateboarders on the park, on the tennis courts. So those things aren't going to change. And the other thing that's not going to change, and I want to make it very clear, is we're going to still have pickleball issues. Tonight you decide no pickleball. We are going to have pickleball. During this phase that we've had where we stopped playing pickleball, there's people still playing pickleball in those courts, and we're getting complaints. And we're trying to administer, the rules. It says no pickleball, so we go out. And then on the same time, when we had the pickleball courts in the trial run, there were tennis people that were moving the nets and playing tennis. And it clearly said pickleball only. So it's going to go both ways. There's always going to be a conflict, and we're always going to be in the middle. So I'm not, I guess, one way or the other, the situation is the situation. And we're going to have to accordingly make adjustments, maybe adjust our staff hours to not be there all the time, but to cruise the perimeter, cruise both parks, and make sure that we're, I guess, visible. And the other one is, during this period, we had very little situations where we had to call the sheriff's out. I think we had once, and that's understandable. That's going to happen sometimes under any circumstances. That's happened on the softball field since I've been here. I had to call the sheriffs and had them intervene with somebody, a group playing baseball on our softball fields that shouldn't have been there. They had probably 20 teams out there on a Saturday and Sunday, and they just encroached on it. So those things are always going to happen. What I want to do tonight is walk you through the options and basically go through some of the summary that I've written up just for your discussion. One is parking. There's been some discussion about parking and if it's an impact. And I've watched, our staff has watched, we've done some counting sporadically. There hasn't been a consistent, analysis there, but that parking is I don't see an issue with parking. I see that when there's not parking or when it's crowded, people find a place to park. They either go down the street, and the streets are available for parking. It's open to the public, just like it's here or any one of our parks. I'm sure Mr. Barkey lives within this vicinity. People park on the street all the time, especially when we have the big events. Restrooms. The board asked me to give a recommendation or consideration of the restrooms. We have the same situation here. There's 2 outdoor restrooms behind our Rush Park office, and when things get busy here, we open up these two indoor restrooms for people to come in from the outside to use them. So that can happen the same way, and we do that now because of the day camps there for Rossmoor Park. If we book LAGSL and a couple of picnic sites, and we think that it's going to be overran with attendance, we will open up both restrooms and make sure that people have the ability to use them. The other one was one option that we threw out was closing the courts at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock or whatever the board decides after you discuss on Saturday and Sunday evenings. And that was thrown out because basically I did a little research, and Seal Beach closes that early on those weekend days. And the only reason I think they do that is because people are going to dinner, going to a movie, going with their families, and they've found that attendance wasn't as demanding as the other evenings. In this case, it would quiet down the neighborhood for the people across the street. Two is, we average around $50 a month for tennis reservations throughout the year during those hours, 5 to 9 at night on a Saturday or Sunday. Now, that's not accounting walk-on play. You know, there could be, you know, there might be more people just coming to walk on, but closing the courts, I don't think would be an impact to the community from those, on those Saturday and Sunday evenings.
Joe, what was that, $50, what was the period?
It was an average, about
$50 a day, a week,
a month.
A month?
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
So I guess the consideration is not to do anything and to not add pickleball to the community at Rossmoor Park. I think, in my opinion, if we do add pickleball to the community, Rossmoor Park is the most viable site because you'll have all the infrastructure, the lighting, the cement, the fencing, and the court there that could, you know, be easily converted. And so there's a couple options. One is option A, and I'm not, these aren't numbered, these are just options. One is to add 3 or 4 pickleball courts like we have seen, leave the sound mitigation up, transform the court by painting it, adding professional poles and nets that aren't movable, and make it a pickleball facility for that court. 2 is do that for courts 1 and 2, since we've heard that the possibility that court 2 isn't going to be used enough because tennis players don't like playing next to pickleball. I don't know if I would, you know, step off that curb, but that's an option because it'd be a little more costly to do more sound mitigation around the fencing. But that's a viable solution. Option C would be to, like I said, discontinue pickleball, and then option D would be to build a dedicated pickleball court in Rush Park. The cost is based, I grabbed a cost based on other facilities, and we wouldn't know the real cost till we go to bid, but I probably estimated maybe 20 grand higher because you never know what you're going to run into when you start digging and moving things around, but it's approximately $225,000. And that's to put 4 courts, just like you would at Rush Park. Not 1, but 4. Okay, so that pretty much concludes my presentation. Attachment 4, as you can see on page 66, we itemized the majority of comments we received via email and letters and other methods, and we tried to capture all that. So I hope we were, at least 90% successful because we had a lot coming at us. And I want to thank Carolyn for working through that and keeping her notes. And then we did have our Bob Unitex do the study. We do fall within our sound guidelines and decibels, and we are exempt from, I guess, the county's requirements, but we still fall within those requirements. And Tarquin's here to talk about if you decide to go with pickleball, that we are exempt, and he can give you the legal, I guess, he can discuss the legalities with you regarding CEQA and our exemption, because we are a public park. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions, and be willing to do as much as I can for you.
All right, thank you, Joe. At this point, in lieu of any questions, I'd like to pass it over to the committee and the committee chair, Director Maynard, to give us the committee report. As you stated, that we've had several Parks and Rec meetings on this subject. So, Director Maynard, go ahead.
Okay. I do have a chairman's commentary that will be part of the public record. But I would first like to allow my colleague and committee member to speak.
Well, I guess I'd first ask that we delay any vote until Director Shade was present. I don't know if the board is interested in that, but I would recommend that given the importance of this. I will say politically, I find it funny this was the issue I came home from in 2020 saying, wow, that's going to be a tough one. Everyone's concerned about pickleball in Rossmoor, and didn't end up being the case. But I know in 2020 when I met with some of the neighbors, that was an issue, and I believe this is an important vote that I would ask that every director actually have to take the vote more than anything. That being said, as far as the committee, I thank Carolyn and Joe for their work. I do know that there was an email received in between. One of the comments from the committee was that we asked everyone to further submit any comments by July 5th. And on July 2nd, we got an email with 45 households that signed off saying they were opposed to pickleball. So that means a lot. My struggle, generally with it is, we don't have the measurables that we should have had. And that was asked, and it didn't happen. We don't have a breakdown of residents who reserve versus non-residents. When we started this, we intended to make this very good for Rossmoor residents. And we were told, well, Los Alamitos, Cypress, Long Beach, Seal Beach would all have their own courts. They wouldn't come here. And then the third quarter, or the third period of this trial, we opened it up to non-residents. And that's okay, but we should have a measurable of how many residents and non-residents were using it. Because if we spend a lot of time talking about traffic and parking and who comes in and out of the neighborhood, we should have had those measurables too. So, we kind of struggled with that as a committee, that we don't have the measurables. I think the softball discussion is an interesting one because there are parallels, but there are things that don't work, right? Because for softball, we can have a memorandum of understanding, and if they don't comply, they don't come back. We can't do that with residents. When residents don't comply with a pickleball rule, then we don't kick them out of the neighborhood, and we're not going to arrest them. So, understanding how a memorandum of understanding would work doesn't quite have the same level here with softball. And I mean, personally, I think that's an interesting point too. I don't want Captain Patella to be preoccupied with answering disputes about pickleball. I want him focused on, catalytic converters and other things, and not to get in the bad graces with the county as to, how Rossmoor sees our county services and what we ask for services. I think one of the really tough issues about this is that non-compliance just can't be enforced. When people play pickleball off the pickleball courts, as a board, we can't do anything to govern that, and I accept that. I was naive to think that more residents would follow the rules, but when there's a yellow sign on the door that says no pickleball on this court, and someone goes in and plays pickleball on that court, I don't know what we do about that. I don't think we encourage it by having pickleball on one court but not another, and then not have an enforcement mechanism. Those are generally my thoughts. I'm welcome to hear the board's thoughts as well. But it's more frustrating than anything about the non-compliance, because I was one of the people who said, we're going to have this whole non-compliance thing bothered me. It bothered me when, forget her name, a woman came to tell us from the USTA about how pickleball and tennis people won't get along and all that. And she insinuated that Rossmoor residents would be just nasty people. And I refuse to believe that, and I still do. But she wasn't wrong in the sense that, the lack of compliance would be a problem, and that is a problem. So I think what that leads to is a question more of, are you willing as a board to make noise mitigation throughout the entire facility Because if people don't play on the right courts, your noise mitigation doesn't matter. Because it's not affecting a court that doesn't have noise mitigation. So I think that's a large question. And actually, it's part of why I think Director Shade should be here for this discussion. But with that, I'll yield to Director Maynard and you share your comments.
First, before my commentary, does anybody believe that we should, besides Mr. Searles or Director Searles, should postpone this?
No.
No,
No?
I don't.
I don't either. So here's my commentary, and thanks for your thoughts, Nathan. The claim that pickleball was rammed down this community is completely false. This process has taken over 15 months, 13 board meetings, and 6 committee meetings. This has been a thoughtful, open, and transparent process. Both the committee and this board have demonstrated due diligence during this time frame. A few of the households that have interacted via public comments at both board and committee meetings have expressed that they have been called complainers and whiners. As I've mentioned at the last committee meeting, this is not the case with this board or with this committee. I have challenged anyone to provide such proof because it doesn't exist. During our pilot program, I brought up the notion of a pressure test, not pressuring the community with pickleball, but pressuring the feasibility of whether pickleball belongs in Rossmoor Park, and would this recreational activity bring value to our community. A few of the vocal households have twisted my words in calling it a stress test, and those were never my words. During the pilot, the district was directed to create an open channel of communication so residents can voice opinions, concerns, and observations. The district logged each and every correspondence. The majority of these entries were dominated by 5 to 6 households that resided near Rossmoor Park. This pilot also provided a halftime review after 45 days that provided our general manager the flexibility to respond, react, and revise the pickleball operation per his management discretion. During the pilot, noise and policing policy were the major theme discussed by opposing households. A very gracious park neighbor invited both President DeMarco and myself to her home midweek so we can hear for ourselves how invasive the noise is from her home and her backyard. And this is the first time I'm publicly expressing my story now. Up until this point, noise was described as obnoxious, invasive, overbearing, excessive, uncontrollable, and a menace to the peace of Rossmoor. That evening, I went to the park early to hear for myself. I went to multiple spots at the park. From the northwest corner, I heard basketball sneakers squeak, gamesmanship talk, basketball smack talk, it happens, and some brick shots. Doing. Southwest, I heard ambient park noise. From the southeast corner, I heard a dad and daughter practice softball pitching. And from the northeast corner, I heard more softball, hits, ball, and mitt sounds. It wasn't until I was in close proximity to the racket courts that I heard pickleball noise. All 3 pickleball courts were in play, with 12 athletes rallying with 2 balls per court. Not sure if that is normal. When walking to the resident's house, the noise specific to pickleball subsided, and it was replaced with tennis grunts, sneaker noise from both the tennis and the basketball facilities, along with general noise from park recreation. Inside the resident's house, when we walked in, the windows were open, and I didn't hear any noise. Outside, I was greeted by a very gracious resident, along with neighbor Ralph Arbidian. It was actually fun to see Ralph with Corona in his hand, and more at peace than I've ever experienced him within the RCSD activities we've experienced. During this time, Director DeMarco and there was another Rossmoor resident, don't remember her name, they walked in the backyard, different places, listening hard, trying to gauge sound. I elected to stay in the comfort of her patio lounge, which was kind of cool. It was a very comfortable area, where we talked and we visited. We were being human. I did later move around the backyard to assess the sounds as well. Instead of hearing pickleball noise that was obnoxious, invasive, overbearing, excessive, uncontrollable, and a menace to the peace, I heard recreational activity. Yes, some pickleball pings in the distance, but nothing overwhelming. It was unfortunate that the loudest spot for the park noise in this backyard was where the relaxing patio was. That was unfortunate. But basically, the noise I experienced wasn't as suggested by the complaints. The lady even extended and admitted that it was low volume and gave another invitation for President DeMarco and I to come back on a Sunday. After this event, the general manager, President DeMarco, and myself went back to the park to observe again. And here's the interesting development. This event was never meant to come and hear for yourself. It was a setup of tennis players not playing pickleball, but trying to hit the ball as hard as they could, make as much noise as possible. Regardless of this intent, this ended up actually being the pressure test that allowed me to recognize that pickleball is needed and is viable in Rossmoor. I should say is indeed viable in Rossmoor. As a sidebar, I talked to neighbors who resided next to the parks before I got there as well. These all wished to remain anonymous. They were unaware of a pickleball issue as I described it, but described it as more as a tennis issue with the Rossmoor tennis gang, not wanting the ghetto-ness of pickleball, and then mentioned fear of retaliation from some of the park neighborhood bullies, and again asked to remain anonymous. That did not sit well with me. So this is my story of that event. I hope President DeMarco shares your story of that event, as well as our general manager. In full transparency, I did get to volley around with the DeMarcos a few weeks back playing pickleball. Not sure if that's the correct terminology because they have their own language, this pickleball thing. We did observe once that there was pickleball court using a wiffle ball, which is much louder than a traditional. So we offered one of our balls to keep the noise in check. There were no problems with this. It didn't create friction, no issues, because I think respect and kindness goes a long way. So this now leads me to questions that have already been answered, but I'm going to be very direct and ask them again, point blank, to our general manager as well as legal counsel, as tonight we decide the fate of racket sports in Rossmoor Park. 1, Mr. Mendoza, based on sound data collected, are there sound ordinances that we violated during this trial?
No, sir.
Okay. Even if there was an occasional sound burst where we didn't comply, are there any protections or exemptions for this community service district?
I'll defer to our attorney on that.
Thank you, Director Maynard. The County Noise Ordinance, codified at Section 467, special provisions of the county noise standards, exempts public parks on public agency property from the provisions and the decibel levels of the noise ordinance.
So compliance is not an issue?
No.
Thank you. During this pilot, did we experience any surge in police activity specific to a racket sport?
No, we did not. We had 1 or 2 incidents. I know of one that I can recall, yes. Am I on, Josh?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, let me see if I have, on May 29th, there was a group playing pickleball on court 3, I believe, and I was at home, and to mitigate some of the situations and make sure people were safe, I've asked a couple of the residents to call me. And
please move the microphone.
I've asked a couple of residents to call me personally, and that I would make the call to our staff on duty, whether they're here, I mean, they're 2 minutes away, whether they're here or Kempton Park doing work or wherever, or if they're at Rossmoor Park, that's even better. On this evening, I got a call from Mrs. Keats who said, and you know, that she felt threatened, that she went to the park and asked some gentlemen to stop playing and asked them where they're from. They don't, you know, apparently there was a conflict. And she came home and felt threatened that they saw her go home, and they knew where she lived. But she took it another step, saying she was in fear. So I immediately told her to hang up and call 911. You know, I didn't know the situation, and she wanted me to come right away, and I couldn't. But I did call my 911, and I called my staff. My staff happened to be on the park. They were on baseball field, or softball field number 2, asking some softball players to turn down their music because it was loud and it's amplified, and they did. And so I asked him to go over right away and intervene. So he went over and interviewed the 3 gentlemen on the park. They were 3 large Samoan gentlemen with 2 small kids, and they were playing pickleball. One was in a wheelchair, I think. And he reminded them that it's not allowed in this court, and they complied very nicely. That's usually what happens when you approach them and ask them to please move over. The court was available. But the sheriffs had been called out, so I asked the sheriffs to go talk to them to make sure that they were interviewed, and they were saying, hey, we have no problem. We were just confronted, and we didn't know who that was, and they were demanding, and that they asked, why, you know, do you work here? Who are you? And that's basically the same situation I didn't want to happen, because I don't want somebody to put themselves in a harm's way like that. And so bottom line is that was the only one that I recall. It worked out. I think Director Searles was involved in a couple that he went down there, or at least one that I know of, because he saw an email, and when you ask the people to comply, they complied. That's 99% of the time that's what's happened. They just either didn't read it or they didn't care. And the tennis people, like I said, did the same thing. My son is a tennis player. He came in town from Northern California 2 Sundays ago. I told him, go to Rossmoor Park and play. There's usually a court open. He goes there, the courts weren't open. Pickleball people were getting off. Tennis people tell him, just move the pickleball courts, who cares? I mean, so, and I'm not putting tennis people down. That was going on both ways, and that's something that we deal with on a daily basis. And our staff's trained to go up and knows how to talk to somebody and make sure they comply. If they don't, and it becomes, I guess, a conflict, that's when we call the sheriffs and we ask for backup. But we wouldn't have to do that 99% of the time, I would hope. So I'm hoping I didn't go on too much with that answer.
You answered the question, thank you. I have just a few more, Johns. Will adding pickleball contribute to an unacceptable surge in traffic, in your opinion?
No, not at all.
Does Rossmoor Park have adequate parking infrastructure for added racket sports participants?
Yes.
During the busiest surges of activity at that park, we have summer camps, softball tournaments, etc. And I know you alluded this to it, but do we have adequate bathroom facilities?
Yes.
Lastly, Mr. Mendoza, in your over 40 years of parks and rec leadership, can you and your staff provide pickleball activity for our community?
Yes, with some challenges. I'll put an asterisk by that. And I said it earlier, if you decided not to do pickleball, we're going to have the same issue. There's going to be poachers going on the courts, we're going to have to administer the policy. If you have pickleball, there's going to be tennis people trying to play on pickleball courts, and there's going to be overflow pickleball players trying to play on the tennis court. Yes, we can handle the situation.
Okay. Do you believe pickleball belongs in Rossmoor Park?
Yes.
Okay. With all that said, gents, I do have motions, but before making it, obviously I dominated. I'm sorry, as chairman, this has been 15 months, but I want to open to your comments. And at a certain point, I do have a motion that I would like to make.
No comments, just a couple of questions. Tarquin, the issue of CEQA came up. Could you comment on that?
Thank you, Director Barkey. So the California Environmental Quality Act covers a wide range of activities in the state. There is a very recent appellate case from the California Court of Appeal that required any CEQA, any approval of a project and approval of CEQA action that had to be on the agenda. Now, it's my opinion that the project, if you will, it's not a project under CEQA, but any playing of pickleball, any reconfiguration of the existing tennis courts would be categorically exempt from CEQA under the provisions that I put on the agenda. But this is a belt and suspenders provision to allow the shorter time limit of a challenge under CEQA to run more quickly by making that finding and then filing a notice of exemption with the State Office of Planning and Research.
Thank you. There's also been on social media and on some emails threats of lawsuits if we move forward with pickleball. Not that that should influence our decision. You've been here throughout the entire discussion process over the last 15 months. Is there anything that you've seen that we've done, either in process or actions, that rise to a level of a concern that you have from a risk standpoint, that we're opening up ourselves and RCSD to a lawsuit other than a potential nuisance lawsuit?
Yeah, thank you, Director Barkey. I've required my various colleagues across the state, and I'm not aware of any actual legal challenges that have been filed in Superior Court over pickleball, although I've been informed there's chatter on social media that there are these pickleball lawsuits, but I am certainly not aware of any, none have been brought to my attention.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
That's it? Okay. All right. So you have motions.
Can I ask
Yep.
Tarquin a question?
Sure.
As we're following through
Sure.
with that? So Tarquin, would defying the recommendations of a sound engineer and consultant we hired expose us to any other liability?
Exposure to liability is a very broad category. I can't really opine whether we're exposed for liability. I'm not aware of, the sound engineer's findings if the decibel levels would somehow expose the district to liability. I mean, these are all categorically, statutorily exempt from the county's noise control ordinance. Therefore, I'm unaware of why this would expose the district to any liability.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I just want to begin. Director Maynard, you asked me a question about when we went to the Keats residence. So as you know, because I just stated it, because I was kind of called out that I should have recused myself. I disagree. I should not recuse myself. This board manages activity and recreation at our parks. Just the mere fact that I play a certain activity or all of the activities, again, should not preclude me from voting on what I feel is should be part or should not be part of our parks and recs. In being active at the pickleball courts, it gave me an opportunity to again hear and observe for myself many of the emails that were sent, primarily by 4 or 5 households. And again, that I've read every single one of them. A lot of them were redundant on the same thing: noise and parking. And then it kind of migrated to infractions of our, behavior of residents, which happens every day at our parks. Does it not, Mr. Mendoza? Dogs without on leashes, activity in tennis courts, activity on basketball courts, things like that happen when community gets out, young kids get out. People do not always follow the rules, correct?
Correct.
So I've read all the emails. I've been an active participant in the pickleball, but not all the time. I would just go down there and watch too, because I do care about Rossmoor, and certainly if I feel that if I believe there was a huge impact on bringing an activity to one of our courts, I would say something. And I did go across the street, and I did listen while Director Maynard was talking with the Keats. I did go across the backyard. I went through the house. I agree because I was also told that the folks, now, again, just for information, those courts were, I believe it was 7 o'clock at night or something like that. Those courts were reserved for this experiment, this sound experiment over at the Keats house. So we walked over there. I did, on the side of the house, hear some activity. Certainly I heard some pickleball, but I also heard some tennis. Also heard some screeches of shoes, basketball. I heard noises of the park. And again, later that day, or just a few hours later, was told that in fact they weren't playing pickleball, they were trying to hit it as hard as possible. Okay, not a big deal, but that was good information to know because that's the loudest it's going to be. Okay, and I can tell you, even going back over there, I observed a lot of the paddles were not pickleball paddles, they were hard wood paddles that are even louder than pickleball paddles. So what I observed across the street was the noise level on the east part of the backyard. Again, I'm telling you, I did not hear, I could not distinguish between the pickleball or any of the other noise. It was not a thump pickleball. Again, what I'm hearing from all the emails of the residents that say this is piercing, it's going through walls and whatnot. So I did not witness that, okay? So, again, and I've been over there probably 30 or more times, stood on the sidewalk closest to the tennis courts, stood in the middle of the street, crossing the street, stood across the street, down the street, over the street, across on the other side. There is the impact that is being told to this board is not what I'm hearing. So the impact that I believe pickleball will or will not bring, in my opinion, is going to be low. It's not going to be impactful. Will there be sound? Yes. I've witnessed in the past, living here at Rossmoor, 300 basketball players from the high school and elementary schools playing at the basketball court. Is that impactful and loud? Yes. Softball there, is that impactful and loud? Yes. So will it have some sounds emanating from the pickleball court? Yes. There's going to be some sounds. There's a lot of sounds emanating from the tennis court. I've suggested to Mr. Mendoza that we look at possibly a hedgerow to block the entire tennis court from the street, to either to block the line of sight of the tennis and to defray of some of the sound. Parking. There is ample parking. I've been there many, many, many times. There's parking all the way around. If the park can handle a Saturday morning softball tournament, it can handle 3 or 4 pickleball tennis or pickleball courts and 3 tennis courts. Okay, I've witnessed it when they were all full. There's plenty of parking. To Mr. Mendoza's point, whatever we decide tonight, you're going to have. If we don't do it, if we do it, there's a demand. People want to play pickleball in our community. And that is really the only courts we have in Rossmoor. So we're going to have perhaps an issue if a court is and I've told people not to play on tennis courts when I was there, but if you have an open court and no one's playing on it, and you want to hit a pickleball or a tennis ball or whatever, or play soccer, does it go against our policy? Yes, but it's human nature to go play, okay? So yes, do we have to perhaps mitigate some of that? Perhaps, okay? Perhaps, do we have to have someone full-time? Maybe. I would like to see that moving forward in terms of a general fee structure plan for all of the activities at Rossmoor. But that's gonna, even when Mr. Mendoza puts someone there, you're still gonna have, again, possible infractions, not just with pickleball, with anything. I remember going down after someone sent in an email, because I live close, about loud music pickleball, in the pickleball area, okay? I get a message when I get an email from our CSD, okay? A notification. So I immediately went down there, okay? It probably 4 minutes. I went around, I talked to, and again, there were 2 or 3 groups playing pickleball. I asked them, someone just complained there was loud music boombox. No, there's no loud music. You sure? Not those kids over there? No, there's no loud music. So, again, I'm not calling anyone that, I'm just telling you that I went down there and they said, no, there was no loud music. So there's been a lot of, I don't believe that this is dividing our community. Okay, I think that there's several people that like their tennis courts. And I'll say that again, like their tennis courts. It's not their tennis courts. This is the community's concrete, chain link fence. It was built as tennis courts. There is a need, a want, you call it whatever adjective you want. But there is a demand that a certain recreation. The gentleman, he's left, doctor, whatever, said there's another sport coming. And you know what? Maybe that other sport's going to come too and take over. There's also a need, want, call it whatever you want, but people want to play and people want to get out of their house, okay? And for me, it's because I play. It is good to get out of your house and converse with your family and the community, and I like that sport. There's other sports that just being at Rossmoor Park, prior to pickleball starting there, I wouldn't really go to Rossmoor Park, I'd go to Rush Park. But there's a lot of activity at Rossmoor Park. Got volleyballs, we got the basketball courts, tennis, other recreation. It's nice to converse with the community. It's nice to play with your 8-year-old son and your dad, okay, or your mom. 2 weeks ago, I hadn't visited. I visited Arnold Park. Okay, amazing. It was an amazing site. They converted I believe it's a roller hockey rink into 6 pickleball courts. Their sound mitigation was this high because it was the height of the roller hockey court. And everyone was full, every court was full, and people were waiting to get on. And there were residential, you can look up Arnold Park in Google Maps. There was residential on one side, there was residential on the other. And it was amazing. It wasn't even that loud. Because again, I want to know, is it just my ears or am I not hearing something? But I've asked many residents that's another thing. So over the last 15 months, there's been a lot of residents that have opined on this. And many of them, again, that I know or I run into, they no longer come to opine anymore. They've already given their opinion. And, but because I've asked them, go and tell me if there's, if it's loud, walk around the park. And I have yet to find anyone, no, it's too loud, we shouldn't have it. So again, respectfully, I see there are a few neighbors that, are using or hearing noise, using parking, the incident where the urination piece of it, okay, so we don't have pickleball, that's not gonna happen anymore. And this, the sound mitigation we put up, because we're hearing for those neighbors that it's too loud. Again, with our sound mitigation to the closest neighbors, again, I've been there 30, 40 times. I don't hear what has been articulated in the emails. So, if I can tell you guys right now, and if we vote to approve, I would be a yes vote. So, I'm just letting you know. I don't know if the fact that Director Shade being here is going to affect it. It might. We'll see how the vote goes. But if there's a motion for it or a motion against it, we push it on. But I think based on the amount of time we've spent on this, that the board should make a decision one way or another.
Agreed. So I do have some motions, and I broke them up because I think that could be some strong mutual agreement in the way that I'm phrasing these.
Okay, go ahead.
So with the first motion I'd like to make is I motion that pickleball is a suitable recreation activity for Rossmoor, and the current lighted courts in Rossmoor Park is the most practical and feasible site for permanent play, and that the hours of operations, fees, and any and all code of conduct needs to be consistent with tennis. That is my motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, so any discussion?
Yeah, I have a question for Mr. Mendoza. I think it's page 56 of the agenda packet. You had under fiscal impact staff supervision of $44,000. Can you explain what that is?
That's just I guess, a approximation. And number 56 would be A. I believe that really goes down because of the rental of the sound barriers and that we're only going to pay half price. I believe that price comes down to $24,200 if you decide to buy them. So I need to sit down with the vendor and make sure that my numbers are correct, but this is an approximation.
I'm just talking about the staff supervision number.
Where are you at? I'm sorry.
I guess I think it's page 56. Yeah, at page 56.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hear you. That's option, I believe, B. Am I correct? Or is that option C?
No,
it looks like it's A or B. That's what I'm asking.
Okay. It's option B, which would be the 2 tennis courts, and it would be if we decided to close the courts and make them reservation only. If we decided to make them reservation only for both pickleball and tennis, I would have to have somebody there all the time to make sure that the right people are on the right court. Okay? I wouldn't recommend that, but that'd be turning us into Seal Beach Tennis Club. But that's an option. I felt that I needed to put that on the page.
So, wait, can I ask, what is the difference of having enforcement if court 1 and 2 are used versus just court 1? Why would you only have staff there if you were going to use for 2 of the courts and not just 1?
I would, it wouldn't matter what you did. If you.
Okay, so options A or B would require an additional $44,000 in staff supervision?
No, it wouldn't. We would use the same staff we do now. We would shade the park a little more to give a little more supervision. There wouldn't be any supervision cost. The cost you're looking at is if you went reservation only and walk-on play was eliminated, and all the courts were much like Seal Beach, and it was reservation only. We'd have to monitor that and make sure that people were on the court at the right time that they reserved, and nobody was poaching and pushing them off, just like Seal Beach does.
Okay, so the staff supervision number is irrespective of A or B. It's neither of those options.
Right.
It would be essentially an add-on if we decided to do some kind of monitoring.
If you read the paragraph above it, it says, if option A or B is chosen, consider a hybrid pay-to-play option. That means you've got to pay in order to get on that court. I don't care who's,
Yeah.
from the hours and then the hours and then, so only reservations would be available. That means if one of the families out here wanted to walk over and play, they couldn't unless they had a reservation. Okay? For tennis too, so we'd be consistent.
Okay, and do you expect any additional staff hours, no matter which pickleball option is chosen, whether it's A, B, D?
I wouldn't add any hours. I would add probably supervision. I would tell the staff to shade it over there a little more during certain times and probably schedule them over there while they were doing trash pickup, cleaning restrooms like we usually do, general supervision. I'd probably have them over there a little more during those high use hours to monitor. Yeah.
Thank you, Joe.
Mr. Mendoza, the way it worked in our pilot, did you have a staff member there every single day while the courts were open?
No, but I did at the end have staff scheduled there at night to clean up and close up during the later hours when I saw some conflict happening. So, I would recognize those situations and make sure we shaded it. Yes.
Is our reservation system the way it would happen during the pilot? It's an online reservation system. You have a TV in the window which tells players with any racket sport, tennis or pickleball, who's on what court and who has the reservation, correct?
Yes.
And to utilize that reservation system, you don't need staff. Okay, so prior to pickleball, you did not need a staff member there to utilize the reservation system, did you?
No, we did not.
Prior to pickleball, was there a participation per head cost to play tennis? Could you just walk on, or did you have to make a reservation?
You had the choice.
You had a choice. So you could make a reservation if you wanted to save the court to play.
Right.
Or if no one was playing there, you could just walk on.
Walk on, yes.
Okay. And that reservation system is fairly new, right?
Yes, but
Okay.
we probably put the TV monitor in about maybe a year ago.
Okay. All right, so, okay, I'm done.
Okay. I specifically wanted to make motions that didn't have us get stuck in
I know.
minutia.
Yep.
So, not that this is minutia, I know that these are questions, but the motion that has had a second is that pickleball is suitable activity for Rossmoor. And the current lighted courts in Rossmoor Park is the most practical and feasible site for permanent play. And that the hours, operation fees, and code of conduct needs to be consistent with both racket sports.
Right, but I think you need to discuss what feasible and suitable are.
We will get there.
Well, I think if you want to move this motion forward, it's okay to have a discussion that relate to those items.
The motion's been moved and seconded.
Yeah.
Correct.
So just to discussion,
Okay.
I do have another question for Mr. Mendoza. Where will we see the 43,000 or the 63,000 in the budget? I assume that 225 would be capital improvement, but where will these two items be placed in the budget?
It all depends, Director Searles, what amenities the board decides to add if they make this motion and passes on, is there additional blankets? Are we going with hardcore poles that are sunk in the ground, or are we using portable goals and nets and hardware? There's a lot of variables. Where would it be in the budget? That's up, I'd have to meet with our accountant Matsumoto and decide where to put it. It would be, a line item within the budget, yes.
Procedurally, you guys are more experienced than I am. Do we have, as a board, the ability to put a $40,000 budget item before anything else at this point?
What do you mean by before anything else?
I mean, like, this is the first moving to spend $40,000 on something. Do we have to have it go through capital improvements? Does it need to go through anyone else? That's my question. It's more, does budget have to make sure it has a spot? Does capital improvement too? Procedurally, is this board capable of saying today we are going to authorize a $40,000 expenditure?
If I may, and I don't think I might answer the question entirely, but Tarquin can help me out here. There's some procedures and process that we'd have to take place if you made this motion. One is we'd have to change the policy. So that's a first and second reading. We'd have to go to budget to talk about how we're going to do this. Early on, there were some questions about the budget, and this kind of relates, something about the courts. We put in $50,000 in, I think it was, to redo courts. Well, at the end of this fiscal year, it's going to be 5 years. A life expectancy of a court, a tennis court, is anywhere from 4 to 8 years. So 5 years is in the middle. That's why I put it in there. But if you remember, the budget committee and the board gave me direction. Do not do any more capital projects unless we have some type of grant funding or somebody's helping us with it. We can't, we're trying to control and maximize our reserves and make sure we are ready for anything that might happen. So that $50,000 is the placeholder. There's no way I would move on those tennis courts until I found some funding, came to the board, got approval, and went on. Same thing with pickleball. I mean, you might say, you can give direction, do it, and I would go do it. 3 votes. But I would still look for some extra funding to assist us, either through the community, like a couple people have volunteered, or through the grants and resources from the Pickleball Association of America, those type of things. And I was going to ask Tarquin if he had any input regarding that, as far as the board having the ability to make a motion to spend money, and they do, right?
Yeah, I believe what Mr. Mendoza is saying is a several-step process. A couple of things need to happen. There will need to be a policy amendment to the board policy regarding permanent pickleball play in district parks. And then what Mr. Mendoza was referring to was the actual procedures for encumbering the funds relative to any budget adjustments.
And I would say that our budget is a process of adopting a budget and then amending a budget. So it's not, and as long as when you amend a budget, if there are any of these occurrences, you are able to articulate the events that increased revenue or increased spend. We have a whole calendar year of process for such fiscal flexibility.
Michael, restate the motion.
Pickleball is a suitable recreation activity for Rossmoor, and the current lighted courts in Rossmoor Park is the most practical and feasible site for permanent play, and that the hours, operation, fees, and cone of conduct needs to be consistent with tennis.
Any more questions, Director Searles?
No.
Or call for a question?
Thank you. You can call the question.
All right, I call for the question. All those, do we need a roll call? Sure.
Sure. Roll call vote. Director Barkey?
Aye.
Director Maynard?
Aye.
Director Searles?
Nay.
President DeMarco?
Aye.
The second motion I'd like to make is for the amount of pickleball courts in our racket sports facility. I move to convert Court 1 to 4 pickleball courts.
Second.
Discussion?
In the past, when it was 3, I was led to believe just because you have a physical tennis net and physical lines, if they're going to have to be repainted anyway to make it specific to pickleball court, I believe Mr. Mendoza has enough of a footprint to make 4 accessible and access that's a little bit more easy without interfering with other pickleball court play. Is that true, Mr. Mendoza?
It could be done either with 3 or 4, yes.
Okay.
I would just, I would ask, maybe friendly as it might be, that if we are to have pickleball on court 1, that we put up a higher separation between court 1 and court 2, as Director Mendoza had suggested during our committee meeting.
I agree that the notion of the motions I want to make are to give Mr. Mendoza marching orders to actually come back with a plan, whether that's permanent or with anything. So your comment is made, though.
I can only respond to that is if there's a pressing need to have a vote tonight without Director Shade, then there shouldn't be an open-ended, the general manager is going to come back with something later after we've decided tonight.
So what you're asking, if we convert court 1, and we approve a partition of some kind between the courts, would...
I just think that is necessary. I'm still opposed to it, but I think this is in better, I guess, coordination with Mr. Unitich's report about noise mitigation. We're taking that step. Our general manager had advised this during our committee meeting, that this would be an option if we were to remain on just using court 1, is that we would build a higher fence and really separate court 1 from court 2. It would have less impact on the tennis player then, because now pickleball isn't right beside them. There's actually a more physical barrier between the two. Again, this is only to be consistent with, Mr. Unitich's report. Mr. Mendoza supported this. I may be opposed to the expenditure of pickleball here, but I'm not opposed to the idea if we're going to do it, we should do it as best as we can with, coordination with the studies we've got.
And I'm not opposed. I actually was a proponent of having that, but I don't know what that looks like. I don't know what the plan is. I don't know what the retrofit is.
Yeah.
But I do want to proceed with converting the courts 1 to 4, and then I would like to see the options of how we contain that court play.
What do you think about the middle?
I mean, I don't know that we have to make that decision right now. We can allow the courts to be conducted, allow play to occur, and then if we decide that we need that separation, that can always be added.
Joe, during our pilot, was tennis played on court 2?
Yes.
Rare, or, well, you gave the numbers, so...
No, it was
okay.
used consistently, and it was...
I agree. I saw the use. Yeah, I would tend to, I mean, because that's not really in the list of recommendations in terms of, there must be a partition. I mean, there already is a blockage of a lower partition just to block the balls. And I'm not against partitioning it. It's just how you do it and what cost and what does it look like, and
I don't know that you need to decide that now.
yeah. So, all right. Okay. So let's call for the duly noted. Let's call for the question. Another vote, Carolyn? You can restate the motion.
You don't, I mean, you can if you want. You don't need a roll call in these
Okay.
types of votes.
All right.
Okay, the motion is to convert court number 1 to 4 pickleball courts.
All right. We had a motion, we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
Nay.
Okay.
Regarding hours, I make a motion for hours for all racket sports to have both a summer and winter schedule. And as of now, summer hours are Monday through Sunday, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m.
What was the motion again?
So the pilot was 7 to 9.
What's the current hours for tennis as it currently exists?
I believe that tennis is 7 to 9.
Yes.
So it would be the same.
So you're just saying mirror tennis with pickleball?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
That in the form of a second?
You second, yes.
Discussion?
Well, I remain opposed. I think this is actually very inconsistent with Mr. Unitich's report, which said, you know, one of the things with the noise is to be in a neighborhood with the residential neighborhood, pickleball is generally limited to daytime hours. And he gave the suggestion from 8 a.m. to 6 to 8 p.m. He never mentions the 7 a.m. and he never mentions the 9 p.m. So these hours are beyond what our consultant advised. So I remain opposed to the extension of the hours beyond 8 to 8 or 8 to 6 as our consultant suggested.
I do want to make notion that this is summer hours. I believe a winter schedule would be different. We have time to develop a winter schedule. But for now, I'm recognizing that there are summer hours and that people do want to play on our racket courts, and that those racket courts would have a 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. regardless of what kind of paddle you hold or racket.
And certainly, I don't think it's feasible to close down one court and keep open other courts. So it would definitely have to be, all of them would. And do you have the capacity to do that, Joe, where all courts get locked or closed down?
No, because if one court was open, somebody can go in that
Yeah,
game.
but I mean, whether it was 5 o'clock, 6, 8, 9, you would have the ability to
lock it down.
Lock it?
Yeah. Can I get Mr. Maynard to please restate his statement? I heard it, but was that Monday through Friday, or was that 7 days a week?
It's Monday through Sunday.
Okay.
It's basically mirroring the same activity.
So you're thinking simply as, why should pickleball hours be different than tennis hours?
Everything I'm talking about now that we have approval that we now have racket sports, and racket sports managing them with one set of rules, one set of costs, keeping it consistent, and having summer hours. And what is new is the distinction between summer hours, when it gets dark out, like at 9 o'clock now anyway. Winters is a little different, it's also colder, but I think we should have summer hours. And I believe this also reflects that we actually have park hours in general that are 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. So especially during summer, let people play.
Joe, how late is our parks open? How late is Rossmoor Park open? What are the hours?
I believe we closed down at 9.
9? So the park closes down at 9, policy-wise?
Right.
And when does it open?
I'd have to look. I believe it's 7 a.m., yes.
Okay.
And I'd have to check the 9. It might be 10, but we've been cutting off our
Lights.
our lights and our activity at 9.
Okay. would you, so you're,
Yeah. Yep, I'm seconding that.
Okay.
I think that's I mean, listen, this doesn't mean it's some permanent thing. And if, as we're utilizing it, we can always make adjustments along the way. The hours can be changed, updated, split, we can do whatever we want. But at least initially, to have pickleball and tennis in alignment, it's paddle sports, racket sports, and then altering the hours so to reflect that it stays late during the summer, I think is perfectly reasonable.
okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
And for the last motion I have, that doesn't mean we're done with motions, but the ones that came to my thought as chairman was fees. I move that the reservation fees for all racket activity is $6 an hour until the Parks and Facility Committee comes back to the board in the fall for a full fee structure recommendation encompassing courts, buildings, all of our rentals, along with what will then be a winter schedule.
You mean for reservations?
Correct.
So walk-on is free?
Both courts have walk-on.
Yeah. And what's the cost currently?
I'm not sure what the cost is, but I'm calling it $6 an hour
May
for
I?
both courts.
May I?
Sure.
It's $6 an hour for residents during day till not 5 o'clock. It's $8 an hour for non-residents during daytime. And after 5 o'clock, I believe it's if I remember correctly, $8 for residents and $10, I was correct, and $10 for non-residents. That's
Okay.
tennis. So let me.
Well, then
let me
I'm going to pull back my motion, and because I want it to reflect the same. I'm
Yes.
not trying to come up with new fees. Again, I'm trying to make sure that our racket facility has the same fee structure for both tennis players and pickleball players.
So you're not creating a new structure, you're just saying
No.
they should be the same?
But I'm also recognizing that it has been probably 4 or 5 years since we have done a fee analysis of everything, including rental of buildings, our current rentals for benches, for barbecues, for this, for that. This committee does need to work with our general manager and bring back in the fall a
If I
new
may.
full and complete FEMA recommendation.
If I may, pass you on to page 55 of our report.
Okay.
It's the breakdown of our cost and our reservation fees. We did upgrade tennis fees about a year and a half ago, and we did picnic shelters. So we will be doing a study again, and as Mr. Maynard said, we haven't done our buildings, but we did do some ball fields and things about a year and a half or 2 years ago, so it's time to do it again, yes.
I'll second.
Okay, so we're talking about the number, the costs are for reservations, correct? Like we
Correct.
currently have on tennis and we currently had on the pilot, right? That's using our system, reserving a court.
And there's a resident discount, if you will.
Yep.
And there's a premium for out
Yep.
restaurant.
Which is exactly what we have for both
Right.
activities, right,
Yes.
Joe? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Second. Okay. Any more discussion? All right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Okay.
Now, as I mentioned, I would like to, obviously, we have, Tarquin brought up that now we have to, we did a temporary policy change. We now need to make that permanent. So there's some now blocking and tackling operation things we have to do. And I would like to see the painting of striping of how you can fit 4 courts brought back. And I know that there's a lot of items you now need to do to make this happen. And that's where we're going to be responsive and flexible. And along the line, if we need to adapt, we need to adapt.
In the meantime, are we going to allow pickleball on the temporary setup?
My thought is we just approved it, yes. So I say let people play, but I would want our general manager to come back straight to the board. We don't have to go to a committee first. Just come straight to the board so we all have stake in this of, let's see how 4 courts fit. And if it still doesn't fit, I will revise. I believe that the reason it didn't fit is because you had physical barriers and had to put tape over existing footprint of tennis. If all of a sudden that goes away and you have a clean canvas, I personally believe that you should be able to design it and make it fit.
Okay.
But I would like to see that before that expense is incurred.
Yep. All right.
Do we need, if there's going to be any ongoing pickleball play, we need to have that in our policies, right? Because we've terminated the trial program allowance that we had in our policies that allowed pickleball to be played at Rossmoor Park, correct?
Yeah.
Did it have a shot clock on it? Did it expire, if you will? Our policy, our temporary policy, did it have a shot clock in there effective from this date to this date?
We had a 90-day trial, yes.
So we do have to revise that.
Tarquin?
Tarquin, can we revise a temporary allowance of?
Yes, you can extend the temporary allowance until such time as we have a permanent policy in place. And my anticipation is that first read of that new policy will be brought back at the next board meeting.
So a motion needs to happen tonight for that?
I suggest that it does.
Then I'll keep the flow going. I make a motion that we extend our temporary policy to allow pickleball play until we get a correction in ongoing policy.
Second?
Any discussion? No? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Is anything else, Tarquin, in order to, so we're coming back in terms of the footprint, how it's going to lay. We can come back with ideas on the partition, but in terms of our general manager has enough from this board for direction to start up pickleball again at Court 1?
Correct. We do need one additional motion regarding the California Environmental Quality Act.
And that's what was in H2? I'm sorry, what did you say we needed?
Sure. We just need a motion that finds the action tonight by the board approving pickleball as stated in the various motions is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15061B3, 15301, and 15378.
It's in the recommendation, yes.
Well, so what Tarquin just said, I'll make that as a motion.
Second.
That good enough, Tarquin? Or do you want us to restate it?
Correct. You're fine.
All right, any discussion on this? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
I'm just going to abstain on that one. I'm not quite sure I understand that we're saying we're exempt from provisions. So as a lawyer, I'm not going to say I have any judgment on the exemption of law.
Tarquin, it is your opinion we've done every actionable item we need to do to start up pickleball in Court number 1?
Correct. The issue for the Environmental Quality Act is the board is simply finding pursuant to the procedures of the California Environmental Quality Act, the CEQA guidelines, that the actions tonight approving pickleball, approving the conversion of one tennis court into 4 pickleball courts is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to the sections I listed out and that are listed out on the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Tarquin. Okay. I'm going to go, anything else?
I would like to make a different motion. Now that I believe H2 is closed, I make a motion for a quick 5-minute, 10-minute recess.
Okay, I don't think you need a motion, I'll just grant it.
Thank you.
Okay.
So we're done with that? We got into that?
All right. We're back up after our brief intermission. We are going to continue on the budget, E1, or E, consent calendar. Any motion to take any of the consent calendar out? If not, I need a motion to approve.
So we need to pull it, Director Barkey wasn't present.
Oh.
Huh? I made the motion last month for my
Yeah,
absence, so don't worry, it
Yeah,
wasn't.
you need, so,
Actually, Tarquin, I don't think, even though you missed a meeting, it doesn't mean you can't vote on approving the minutes from the previous meeting.
That is correct.
So there's no need to recuse yourself from that vote.
No, it's,
what, why has he been standing
I've always done it, meaning, you're asking me to vote on these notes. I wasn't there, therefore I'm going to abstain. I think that's the appropriate action.
You're looking at the meeting notes and they.
You weren't here. Did you watch it on YouTube?
I was watching it on YouTube.
From Europe?
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
if I could comment, different agencies do it differently. For example, in Costa Mesa, there's no recusal just because you weren't here. Other cities, some board members or some city council members will recuse themselves. But it is proper under the rules of procedure for a board member, if he or she wishes to do so, to approve the minutes, even if that board member was not present when that item was heard.
With that said, we'll leave it to your discretion. At least that's my point of view.
Okay, so I need a motion.
So moved.
Okay, so entirety. Second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Am I going, okay, E, yes. Okay, F, public hearing, fiscal year 2023, proposed final budget for the Rossmoor Community Services District. Joe?
Excuse me, I was reading something. Did we approve E2, the revenue and expenditure report?
They were in the consent calendar, and no one brought them out.
All right, thank you. Okay. Okay, F1, public hearing, fiscal year 23-24, proposed final budget for the Rossmoor Community Services District. President Marco, members of the board, we're asking you to open a public hearing for fiscal year 23-24, receive 23-24 final budget presentation from myself, the general manager, and our accounting consultant. As you know, Mr. Matsumoto wasn't here tonight, he's in Europe, but he did make a presentation at the last meeting, and it was publicized and it was well documented, and there aren't very many changes. There was a few items you wanted him to clarify, and I will go over that. Take public testimony, close the public hearing, deliberate, and approve fiscal year 23-24 proposed final budget. Background. We've done our due diligence. We've presented the preliminary budget and answered questions from the committee about the budget document. We met with our budget committee, and then in turn came before the board, and we discussed the cost of living adjustment at the May 9th Board of Directors meeting at 3% for our staff, and the board graciously gave me a $7,500 a year salary increase. The fiscal year 23-24 proposed final budget was presented. You've looked at it. I would say that, tonight I would like to answer any questions. Let me go to page 31. Revenue. Some of the clarifications was update the Prop 68 revenues to $72,000. However, in recent days, we did receive our reimbursement, and it came at $79,766. So that number will change, and Mr. Matsumoto will make that adjustment. And we anticipate a $56,000 rebate after the state takes their 20% in 23-24, and that $56,000 will account for any upgrades in here to the flooring and the picnic shelter over at Rossmoor Park. Expenses. Election expenses were increased in 22-23 to $12,333. As you recall, the county upped their fees. They were working off a grant. The grant ran out, and they had to adjust their fees. And as you may recall, I called around to a number of cities to verify that, and everybody was treated the same, and the county did adjust that. Workers' compensation, estimate 22-23. There's likely going to be an early termination. We're waiting for that. We've already paid and made the transition to CJPIA this week. We paid our workers' comp, our crime prevention cost, and also our just general liability. So we stayed within budget. You'll, if you want to turn to the line item there, and we've already paid up and we're good for the year. I think we have a couple $1,000 left in that account. Okay. The 22-23 amounts will be known when the district's annual audit is completed, at which time we will be presented to the audit committee and the RCSD board of directors at a future meeting. The estimates to close is considered sufficiently accurate for adoption of the 23-24 final budget. Upon RCSD's board approval, 23-24 proposed final budget, the board will be asked to adopt an annual budget revenue and expenditure total amount by resolution, which is the next coming up. Therefore, the final budget was prepared, and we have done our due diligence by putting in a public notice. Caroline has included that in this packet, and I believe it's at the back of the page, after page 44. It's an attachment, and it's attachment 2, and this was publicized in our local newspaper for the public to know what was going on. We use social media, and we also put a copy of the budget on our counter for people to come in and see if they want it. And that was publicized. That's part of our policy. So with that, attached is policy number 3020, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have regarding the budget and any adjustments you may need.
Thank you, Joe. I just want to begin just by asking a few questions. And has any agency or organization asked you for clarity or inconsistencies or errors or kind of review and analysis of our budget this year?
Yeah, just today or yesterday, there was a post in the RHA website or newsletter.
Yep, but has anyone asked you, because again, I'm on the budget committee, we've had 2, 3 budget meetings?
Yes.
Okay. I don't remember seeing any nonprofit, has there even been a resident at our budget meeting?
No, to date, we have not received any questions regarding our budget.
Okay. Is there, based on your report information, you've got it broken down to revenue and expenditures. Is there anything that jumps out at you that needs further explanation that, other than the way we've properly noticed this on the last 2 meetings, how we've shuffled around the accounts in terms of the parks to make it, based on the recommendation from our accountant, to just make it more cohesive for, I would think, him and our program that we use now. I think that's the reason, because we used to divide it all up in parks. From memory, that was the biggest change in our budget this year, was how we consolidated these buckets, where we used to keep them in each park on what we spend, toilet paper and expenses here, and we would just divide them up with all the parks. He brought them into one main bucket for expenses, right? Other than that, and again, we've talked about this in the last 2 meetings, other than that, can you think of anything else that needs further explanation?
No, not at all. But
Okay.
But there were some questions tonight brought up, and I'll be happy to sit down with those individuals. With
Can
those
you come
questions
closer to?
Yeah, we can't hear you.
After, am I on, Josh?
Yeah, you're on.
After I dissect some of their comments, because there was a lot in
Yeah.
there, I'd be happy to call them and sit down with them and explain with Mr. Matsumoto our budget.
Yeah, because there was quite a bit of commentary from Fieldson
Yes,
that almost sounded like an indictment
yeah, so
on our district, which I was listening to dates, listening to things,
I couldn't
and none
follow
of it tied.
Who's on the budget committee?
I am, and Tony on.
And she's at the budget meetings, right, to ask
No,
questions?
no one shows up to these exciting budget meetings.
but I'll be happy to sit down with her. I'll bring
Yeah,
Mr.
and
Matsumoto in.
I'm, Joe,
That's
Mr.
fine.
Mendoza, you're happy to sit down with any resident about our budget. I would say I've been on the budget committee off and on for the last 10 years, and there hasn't been a lot of interest. It's not that we're not transparent, but I was going to bring this up at my comment at the end, but since I'm asking Joe these questions because I just want to share with you, I was put off by what RHA posted today or yesterday, as if our budget, and you can go look up their little graphic that, I guess compared to 2016-17 budget, this budget is trash because it's going into a trash can.
Well, the RHA, of course, is at your budget meeting,
Yeah.
members of that to
No,
participate,
no, they're
right?
not, and nor do they come here.
Oh.
But again, it just, and so we constantly say, and we just partnered with them for our fantastic event for the high school.
For the seniors, yeah.
It's just amazing that, again, if you have any questions about the budget, and I'll go a little bit deeper. So in 2017, Mr. Ruth did a synopsis of anything that he thought might be questioned or need further explanation. And I can tell you because I was either on that budget committee or the one before that, and I believe Director Maynard was on the same budget committee, and we told Mr. Ruth to do this, okay? So I went back, and they had whoever put it on RHA, they did they spent a ton of time, okay, expressing that somehow this budget is trash. So, and they referred to the 2017 as being so transparent, okay? And yet, when you read through it, the only difference that I see is there was this page that says budget in review. And I remember this.
Yeah.
I remember saying, you know what, perhaps we should lay this out, okay? And Mr. Ruth had staff write it all up, what the budget committee, you know what, we should explain that a little bit better. And at the time, they needed explanation. From memory, again, maybe I just know the budget better. There's not much explanation with our, 1.7 or whatever $1 million we manage here.
Are any of your budget meetings in private where the public is not invited to attend?
No.
Are there any behind-the-scenes meetings that go on to discuss
No.
the budget
No.
without the public?
No.
And we always wait till our accountant, Michael, is there, because he's the one who has specific information on questions we have. But I recall, Tony, we did it also with the audit committee. At one time, I was on
Yes.
both.
Yep.
And basically, if you look at corporate reports, the CEO, if there are things that need to be, if there are certain attributes, certain conditions, certain commentary, in corporate reports, it's very common for a commentary from the CEO. And that's where you get to articulate any major differences or anomalies that appear in this budget that haven't in the past. So tonight, we're actually going to vote on the budget, but I think it would be a good thing because like I said, the budget is a process, but I think we do need some commentary that's clear-cut, a note from our general manager of what are the major differences between this fiscal and last year. And again, what it is it's centralized administrative costs instead of coming up with a formula that never was accountable for of this park uses this much toilet paper, uses this much toilet, and all that. It was just, let's just have an administrative cost, put it all under a centralized account instead of spreading it out like peanut butter.
Yeah.
Because that's literally what they used to do. So it's actually a more disciplined approach, but we need a letter that articulates it.
And my point is, if that is something that would be requested of the Budget Committee of Mr. Mendoza, I'm sure we would do it instead of posting something that, again, I don't see any positive into, they haven't requested anything. They're trying to, because I get all their posts. I'm an RHA member. And they've been advertising all three of these meetings and the budget meetings. And if the camera could pan out, there's no one in the auditorium. We're talking about budget. So all they have to do is request, hey, can we get a review like we did in 2017? Okay. And I would imagine Mr. Mendoza would be happy to put one through. And it might be something that we go back to. Don't know why we stopped. I have no idea. So
I was gone for a couple years, guys.
yeah, well, could be. So anyways, I don't know, it just gets,
This is the way they roll.
yeah, I guess, it's just
But
not.
Mr. Barkey, or Director Barkey, you weren't here last meeting when we went over it. Do you have any questions specific to this budget?
I don't.
Okay. No. The good news is revenue up, many expenses down. This is a net positive budget.
Yes.
And as a reminder, a budget means this is what our staff, under the leadership of our general manager, believes is an accurate forecast of what's going to happen.
Right.
Things change. Interest rates fluctuate. And we have, like right now, we're getting close. What's the estimate to close? There's many mechanisms in place because this is a dynamic thing. But in the past, it's amazing how remarkable that we are. And it's always fun to see those, wow, more property tax came in. I'm still amazed at our property tax and how much that goes through. And if anything, if you actually looked at our budget, the biggest issue we actually have is cash flow because it comes at two separate times. And in the past, we had bond funds that we got to manage and make extra money and pull from that were what was secure and non-secure. So the only issue that I've ever had, and it's just the nature of only a couple of income sources, and the major one being property tax. And sometimes the county is late. Sometimes it's supposed to be in April, sometimes it's a different one, but it's what they call tranches. There's two big tranches, and in between, we count on Michael and Mr. Mendoza to make sure this all runs, because there definitely is a cash flow issue of how the cash comes in. But outside of that, this is a solid budget with a net positive on both expense and on revenue.
If I have one minor question that was just kind of raised with that Prop 68 stuff earlier.
That confused me.
I'll just say stuff. So if I'm looking at the budget right, Mr. Mendoza, we're looking at $40,000 for the picnic shelter in Rossmoor Park and $30,000 for the flooring here. Those are both listed as capital expenditures with the grant parentheses, right?
Right.
So that's $70,000, but we only have $56,000 in the grant.
No, we have 56,000 that will be reimbursable in the grant. They're going to keep 20% of that 70.
Okay.
Who's they?
The state, that was part of the agreement with the Prop 68.
Okay.
Okay, that makes sense. What, I know it's been raised, it was raised a couple times tonight. What did this canopy structure out here cost?
I can't remember.
I can't remember. I'd have.
He
this
wasn't
one-
here.
This
It was
one with
The picnic one over here, not this small one here,
Oh,
but
the big
The grand one.
the picnic A, I think it is.
I'd have to get back to you on that. yeah.
I-
Yeah, he wasn't here when that
I
happened.
want to say, memory, it was between 60 and 80,000, and I remember it was $9,000 to ship it from back east. And when we raised, well, why can't we find one here on the West Coast? That's not where they make them.
Yeah.
It was something like $9,000 to ship
Just
the
to ship the
thing.
stuff, yeah.
So
I guess my direction with that would be,
I want to say it was 60.
while we're talking about what, might be spent on pickleball, this would be, I think, an important time to say, is this worth having that type of structure versus whatever the 40,000 is going to get us?
I agree.
So this is more, we're going to have a discussion about pickleball and budget side.
Yeah.
What would it cost to build something like that at Rossmoor Park? Separate, there's a grant money and then there's Rossmoor money. And if that difference is too much to make, then we don't do it. But if it's there, we should consider it as well.
And this is the part that I have no idea. I've been off the board for 2 years. I don't know when the Grant 68, so some of the dates she was saying, I go, well, Grant 68, I was here, and that was not part of any discussion I ever had. So the dates that she was mentioning were really wacky and off. But I still don't know what the footprint looks like of what is the proposed canopy that they claim we promised them. I don't know where it is. I've never been at any meeting, and granted, it's only been since December. So it's only 8 meetings in, but I've still never seen the scope of it. Is it comparable in size? Is the reason why it's less money because it's a smaller footprint? Because there's a different space allocation based on that park? I don't have any commentary because I literally know nothing about this project, and it seems like an important project. And I'm sure if Director Shade was here, she'd probably be saying the same thing. But then again, she is on the capital improvement, so maybe you guys have gone over that in your meetings. But I have zero awareness of the canopy for Rossmoor Park, where it goes, its size, its scope.
Let's bring it here and let's look at it.
Yeah.
I can
don't
verify that
remember.
number, Director Searles, tomorrow. I have a cheat sheet here that I keep, that we made up of every park and when they had upgrades and life expectancy, how much it costs and how much we think it's going to cost if we have to replace it. My notes say here that the canopy, Site A here, that's Site A, the big one down there, in 2015, and I'd have to verify this, but my notes say $47,330. Now, I don't know if that's all the costs involved. Now, the playground canopy here in 2015 or 16 was $45,000.
Well, I could tell you the big difference. If you're doing a canopy at the other park where you have to lay down a pad, that never happened. That had an existing pad, so it was just a structure put over existing infrastructure.
Right.
We didn't have to pour any concrete or anything, so that could be why the big difference in price.
But we won't
Because
know-
here,
we
and
won't
again, I
know-
don't know, I'm assuming that we're gonna have to pour a pad and then put a cover over the pad.
And we won't know till we go out to bid and we go over the counter to get approvals from the county on what we're looking at as far as ADA and those type of things.
Okay. Thank you.
And I would agree that canopy over at Rossmoor Park, just like one here, it's utilized here, and I'm sure it'll be utilized over there. Tremendous, so we should look into that. Again, we have these capital improvements, and it's like...
When's the last time that capital, you're on that committee, right, Director Barkey?
Yeah.
How often have you met since Tony's become president?
I can't remember, we met twice, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Prior to every budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would love to see the scope of that. I would love to see it because it's a worthwhile place. I could already see it will totally be used. I could
Yeah,
see
sure.
every single softball family
Yeah.
having their Gatorade and sliced oranges or whatever they do after their, in between games. That will be a social hub for multiple athletes. So,
And anytime in
and
between.
when we did it here, it's a beautiful structure. I
Yep.
still think they can do, little wedding ceremonies in
Yep.
there if you had a good designer.
Yep.
So with that said, where are we on this budget? Everyone's reviewed it.
Yep.
We are here tonight to pass the budget, Mr. Mendoza?
Well, we're here, so we had a public hearing, I'm supposed to open the public hearing, correct, Tarquin? So I'll open it, and seeing nobody in the audience, I'll close it. And that was just F1, correct? So now I'm going to move to G1, which is the actual resolution.
Yep.
So this resolution is, we need to vote on this tonight, and this is the last vote for our budget?
The budget.
And then we do a resolution? I think we should.
A little closer, Tarquin.
Yeah, having a hard time hearing today.
I just want one of those mics. It just makes it so much easier. After you do the public hearing of the fiscal year 2023-24 proposed final budget for Rossmoor Community Service District, you need to approve that with a roll call vote, and then we go to G, and you adopt the resolution, also by roll call vote.
All right,
So F was not closed.
Okay, F was not closed. So F, we're approving the budget, fiscal year
By roll
proposed
call.
final budget by roll call, and then we're approving the resolution. Before we get started on that, so how, if you could, how could you change our policy to make more streamlined what you just mentioned? What would we do?
So it's just it's a little unusual the way we do our agendas, because we have an action item, and then we have a separate action item for resolution, which is really approving the previous action item. It's just a little odd to do it that way, right? You have one action, your public hearing, and then to approve you approve that action through a written resolution, and that typically would, in other agencies would typically be under one agenda item. It's just a procedural issue.
Oh. And it says that in our policies, that we do it this way?
Yes, because our policies spell out how the board agenda has to read, and this reads consistent to our policy.
We talk about this all the time. Okay. And the reason why I'm bringing it up is we're looking at our policy for Rossmoor with racket play. Do we want to look at changing this, or just?
Oh, yeah. And by the way, Tarquin, you've been our counsel for how long?
Over 9 years at this point.
Well, for 9 years, if you see us doing silly things, can you please say, hey, time out, let's have a conference call, if you ever have ideas of how to improve sequence, policy, logic, we're all ears.
Would you think it would be easier on this board and for the community if we shorten this up to where most communities or cities or whatever do this, where it's just one action item for a budget, where it's not in two, where you have a public hearing? Do you see that as it's just streamlining? It's not taking away any transparency or anything like that?
No, this is just administrative streamlining. Yeah. Under the Community Service District law, we are required to have two separate agenda items, two board approvals of the budget. The process that we normally do comes in one agenda, then it comes back for the second agenda. That is set by law.
Two readings.
Two readings,
Exactly.
But in our policy, we have really 4 action items, because we're approving F1, the budget, and then we're approving the resolution.
Right.
Okay.
It's clunky to do it that way. It's easier just to have one agenda item,
But for now,
approval of the budget, adoption of the resolution.
Let's just do it, please.
Okay. All right.
We can bring back
got it.
proposed
We
revisions.
can bring that back also with the idea of maybe moving our budget process up earlier to make sure we're.
Yeah, like I brought last time, okay.
Yeah, okay. So still on F1, I need a motion to approve final budget.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor? Roll call, please.
Aye.
Director Maynard?
Aye.
Director Searles?
Aye.
President DeMarco?
Aye. Okay, passes 4-0. On to G1, our resolution now. So, any discussion on this, or do we need to?
We've
Can we
already,
just-
we've already approved the
Okay.
budget, so
All right, so I
I'll
need-
motion
There you go.
resolution number 23-07-11-01, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Rossmoor Community Service District establishing the annual revenue and expenditure total amounts for fiscal year 2023 through 2024 for the Rossmoor Community Service District.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, another roll call?
Aye.
Aye.
Searles?
Aye.
President DeMarco?
Aye. Okay, passes 4-0. Okay, thank you. All right, on to H1, regular calendar. We've already done H2, but H1, Orange County Public Works Traffic Study Presentation.
I'll be real brief here, President DeMarco, members of the board. We did have a traffic safety advisory ad hoc meeting on July 6th, in which Ray Zhu, the senior civil engineer from Orange County Public Works Traffic, and their consultants came in to give us a presentation on a study they had done on Bradbury and Montecito Road and that corridor there. And they had a number of options that they presented to us, which we had, I thought it was great conversation and great possibilities. Unfortunately, we're right in the middle of summer and nobody from LAUSD was there, and some of the issues or some of the options they brought up would affect the elementary school down the street on the turn, what Montecito turns into
Orangewood.
Orangewood, thank you.
I forget that too all the time.
Basically, the discussion was with the consultant, we talked and you know, I think President DeMarco was there, and he can give us more information. I believe Director Searles was there, is that correct?
Yep.
My memory's good. So after giving the consultant a lot of feedback from the residents too, which we had 5 or 6 residents, and we came to the conclusion that we didn't have enough input from the residents and that we needed more input from LAUSD. But given the fact that we were providing information, the consultant's going back and he's massaging some of the options he did to make some changes and bring them back to us. And we're going to be coming to the September board meeting with those options for discussion. This is a process, but I'm really positive. I really feel good that they have at least listened, and this is on their dime. They hired this consultant on their dime, and I'm predicting the upgrades or any changes are on their dime also. So Orange County Public Works is coming to the table, and I appreciate that. So I'll leave it. I'll open it up to our board.
Yep.
But once we get the feedback from the consultant, which we're waiting for, he's going to come up with a teaser for the September meeting. We're going to go out to the public. We're going to go social media. We're going to go website. We're going to go to the newspaper. We're going to go mailers door to door. We're going to make sure people know about this upcoming meeting, and we're going to talk it up with all of our constituents, chamber, and everybody else. Okay? So.
All right. Thanks, Joe. And I think this is a testament to Mr. Mendoza because, and again, I'll let Director Searles speak on it. It was a tremendous report. It was, going back, remember the traffic committee wrote a letter, other parties wrote a letter too, but the RCSD wrote a letter to traffic about problems on the Montecito corridor. It wasn't just the parking problem, it was safety. And, to the relationship building with Mr. Mendoza, we were able to obtain, $110,000 consultant to come in and analyze not just the parking, but also feasibility studies as to, how these engineers could redesign Montecito, Bradbury, with all of these issues that we are living with: parking, safety, bikes, e-bikes, all of that. And they came back, and in my opinion, it was a very good report in terms of possibly solving several issues: safety and perhaps parking, because they came back, and here's the teaser, because I'm not going to tell you, you got to get involved in, because what Wazoo wants is buy-in from the community. Okay, we must have buy-in from the community. Right. So our job now is, and I'm just, Dr. Searles can talk, it was a good report. You're going to like the things in it. And I have a copy of it here, but it's not done because we really kind of, and the audience that was there, kind of scrutinized, they had it in their terms and like things, and we wanted in our terms to where we could sell it and it meant more to us. So they're going back and changing things. But it was, their options were at first, kind of eye-opening, and then talking about it, wow, that could work. So I anticipate having, like Joe said, they want, at the traffic meeting, there's just a handful of people there, okay? Wasn't that impressive to Wazoo? We need to fill the house as though we are voting on pickleball, okay? Because this issue is very important to our community, not just the parking issues off Montecito, but making Montecito a safer boulevard or a residential boulevard to drive on. So I was very impressed just with the information and the amount of time and effort, because they did other things too to slow down traffic. They gave us ideas to slow down traffic in front of Rossmoor Elementary too. And it involves certain things to slow down traffic and bike lanes and a lot of things that cost a lot of money to do. So anything to add, Director Searles?
No, I mean, I think the number one takeaway for us is there needs to be buy-in.
Yes.
Because Wazoo and they don't want to put forward something and do something, and we've talked about this, and we kind of have some, sign blight, and we kind of have to, swallow a little bit of pride with that and say we asked for this, and we can't complain now, because that is not what our county supervisors want to hear, is us complaining, or we don't get these resources. So getting the consultants and Public Works resources to do this was a big deal. Thank you, Joe. And so, but yeah, she wants to know if we do one of these particular directions, the county supervisor isn't getting a phone call on that next day saying, why did you put in angled parking? Why is the bike lane here? Why is it not there? And it can be well, we had a big discussion and everyone was involved, and that can be the end of it, versus, well, I don't know, I heard from a few people. So we need to get people there to understand it. I appreciate Jody Rabanus' attendance tonight talking about it. Clearly there is some discussion going on outside the meetings. That's good.
We need much more.
Yeah, we need much more. We were, I think, fortunate to be able to ask them to come back in a couple months so that we can get people to discuss it more. But we can't avoid that discussion. We got to have that discussion with people.
So hopefully in September, we pushed it out to September. Hopefully in September it's not a busy agenda, because again, it's probably a 45-minute presentation, but it's got a lot of cool, neat ideas.
Well, I think, to me, the biggest issues facing Rossmoor have been traffic, parking, and safety.
Yep.
I'm glad that we're getting this addressed.
Yep.
I'm glad that however this happened, whether our new supervisor, Joe, whoever did this, we're thankful. Well, I'm thankful.
Yep.
I've mentioned before, I think it's ridiculous that Montecito and St. Cloud have a higher speed limit than sections of Los Alamitos Boulevard. So I'm all about slowing things down, and if there's a plan that helps slow things down, make things safer, because I think that corridor isn't safe.
Yep.
And we have been so lucky that we haven't had accidents and deaths. And so I'm very glad about this. But as I mentioned to you offline once before, we as a neighboring body were always offended when our neighbor Seal Beach would do something at a corner and never come to us. Or Los Al would do something and would never come to us. In this case, across that street in those condos, that is Seal Beach. They need to be stakeholders in this as well. And I know Kevin Pierce's nonprofit, when it was geared of trying to, save the whole neighborhood of the influx of traffic and concerns with the 24-hour fitness, he's got a good feel with those condo associations. They, and probably along with Jill, the city manager of Seal Beach, and for sure Thomas Moore, who is their city council for that district, they are stakeholders. And their input, we would be hypocrites if we didn't put that out, because we've complained so many times. Look what Seal Beach did. They didn't even call us. Look what Los Al. We would be hypocrites if we didn't reach out to them the way that we want to be reached out.
Yep. Yep.
The condos and the townhomes are being included. We already have contacts to each of their managers and of the HOAs there. And
Yeah, and to Director Maynard's point, Joe, I think, certainly city manager, I mean, once we get, it would be nice to get their final, because they're making changes on from our meeting. But if, certainly we can invite them to our September meeting, but you should notify them that we are discussing, perhaps some rather, impactful changes to Montecito that they should know about. Certainly, Jill should know about it, and certainly is it Councilman Moore still?
I believe so.
Yeah. Should be notified, and by all means, the more the merrier. We just want to safety, the parking, and the speed.
Yeah.
And I think it addresses, certainly those were our main points to Wazoo, and the report they came back with touches on every one of them.
Good. I look forward to it.
Yeah.
we will make sure that September meeting is, either we have a special meeting or we'll make sure
Yeah.
that's the big part of the agenda.
And again, Joe, Carolyn, in the teasers, like we talked about, this is big, okay? I want to get buy-in from the community. We need some graphics from them. They got to share some graphics. Just to, like we talked about, just to spark interest. And they can be confused about it, because I want them to come and so they're not confused and ask questions, right? If it says the whole story, they're going to stay at home. I want them to come and say, what are you guys thinking about doing? So let's do that push probably in August, and really via all of our social media, and constantly be pushing that out to where they're getting sick of it, okay? And let's call it a Montecito corridor. I don't know, Joe, what did you call it? It's a Montecito corridor realignment or improvement, something that's people can kind of grab onto that makes it larger than life.
St. Cloud Montecito Corridor Improvement Project.
Yeah.
It's a mouthful, but.
Yeah, I like it.
Because don't forget, you got so many streets where I live before that corner, we refer to it as St. Cloud.
What's the acronym?
Yeah, I was just going to say, what's the acronym?
It better not be something foul. The acronym there.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Joe. Okay, off to your items. We already did H2.
General manager's items. President DeMarco, members of the board, there's only a couple items I'm going to highlight on this, but one of them isn't even on there. We received word last week that the final phase of the street sweeping signs going up now, and it'll be done 21st of July. So I've met with our captain, Patella, and we've picked so far, depending on, I'll know in a couple days how the installation's going, if they're on target. But we want to give the residents a little buffer on enforcement, so we're looking at August 1st. And August 1st is a Tuesday. That's the first Tuesday of the month that they would start enforcement. So we will publicize the heck out of it. We will make.
Would it be real enforcement or fake-looking tickets to educate and get people's attention?
Yeah, there should be some grace there, but I believe we've had grace for 2 years now. So I would say the signs are up, we start ticketing.
And just like I said for the traffic, we should start doing this now, social media, email, to where we have a schedule online, don't we, Carolyn? Okay, it should be that link, and they're going to start ticketing. They're going to start ticketing over twice a week, 3 times a week.
We'll put it in the newspaper
Yep.
ad. We'll do,
You could do a countdown.
Yeah.
There you go.
But again, I want
5
to
days,
make
4
sure
days.
signs are supposed to be up. I'm talking to Public Works this week to make sure they're on target, because and AJ has to be on target, and he is to start August 1st. Okay. Ken Vaccarelli, talked to him. I sent you guys an email that he responded. He's willing to come in. Ken is the gentleman, the water guy. He'll be here in August.
Cut up our streets,
to
yes.
talk about Wallingsford and, okay. And one of the residents, and I will get in touch with her, was concerned about our grass at Rossmoor and Rush. And if you remember, you saw some yellow tape up here. We've done some reseeding here. I met with Brightview. They're going to do a little reseeding on field 1 at Rossmoor because it's looking bad. Last year, we reseeded fields 2 and 3 at this time, and they held. We use this kind of a tougher turf called kikuya. It's kind of a weed, but it's a grass, and you plant it now, and you mulch it and you protect it, and it takes 2 or 3 weeks to pop. So we have about a month and maybe 5 weeks to do field 1 over at Rossmoor before LAGSL starts playing again. So we're moving around because we can't just do the whole park because people are using it. So we're picking our spots and making sure we're reseeding and making sure that parks stay green and mean. Okay.
Are there any water restrictions
No.
currently right now for us? Okay.
So that concludes my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Okay.
Any questions with Carolyn?
No.
That looked like no, don't ask a question.
Yeah.
None for me, no.
All right.
I'm with you.
I was just curious about water restrictions.
You can add him a note after the meeting if you want, but no. All right, so board, does Tarquin have anything? You know what, Tarquin, do you have anything?
So much. No comment this
Okay.
evening, directors.
Thank you. Member items, director items, Director Barkey.
Nothing tonight.
Okay. Director Maynard.
Yes, I mentioned last meeting that I was personally going to kind of take on the sales tax issue.
Yes.
So I have reached out to different sources. We're going down multiple paths, but it dawned on me that there are businesses in Rossmoor, such as Boot Barn, such as our fish market, that I would hope that they would realize that they're part of Rossmoor unincorporated. I don't want to make that assumption. I would like to direct our general manager and his staff to coin a letter from you as our president, letting them know that that the current sales tax for your business, which is not in Los Alamitos but is in Rossmoor, is indeed 7 point whatever percentage it is. Because there is a possibility, I haven't audited it, but instead of going and looking into it, let's just send out a letter to all businesses that if you are collecting sales tax, please do not collect the sales tax for Los Alamitos. You're unincorporated. Currently, the estimate that I have is I believe that residents of Rossmoor are contributing to over $500,000 in sales. So here's the thing, you weren't here. I discovered this on my own business. I have a direct-to-consumer sports nutrition brand. And all of a sudden, there was an order that came in, and I monitor it. I don't do fulfillment anymore, but I looked at it, and we were calculating the wrong sales tax. We were doing the Los Alamitos sales tax, even though it said Rossmoor.
What should it be?
We're unincorporated Orange County. It should be 7.75, where it's coming up at 9.25 to Rossmoor residents. So with my business, I do Amazon. I have my own site, which is hosted by Shopify, which is one of the leaders. So I was able to fix not all the Shopify, because Shopify has integration apps, and there's 3 of them. The largest one is a company called Avalara, and that's who I use. So as I'm their client, I called them up and I go, you're doing it wrong. I sent them to the link in California where it showed Rossmoor 7. So I had at least fixed Shopify, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. So I'm trying to work, I'm actually working with Janet Nguyen, I'm working with possibly Michelle Steele, anyone out there who can possibly fix this problem, because right now there's taxation without representation, and Rossmoor residents are donating sales tax to Los Al. I get it when I go to Vaughn's. I get it when I go there, but if I'm dining at the fish company, I should not have to pay for that. And all of my online purchases should reflect the sales tax. All of our utility companies, they're big enough, they're part of agencies, so they know there's a distinction between Rossmoor and Los Al. But Amazon doesn't know that distinction. A lot of companies don't do that distinction. So I personally am taking this on, and I wanted to be transparent that I'm doing this at our last meeting. But I think a letter from our president to the businesses on that corner, just reminding them that they're not Los Al, and please make sure that your sales tax that you are generating is from Los Al. I'm sorry, is from Rossmoor at 7.75. So that's an action item that I wanted to ask you and our general manager to put together. And as I get more information, so at least I think I've covered 60% of Shopify merchants now are doing the right tax for Rossmoor residents. But I'm not done yet. And one of the other angles is there are actually 2 zip codes for Los Alamitos. There's a 9020 and a 9021.
Maybe we need our own zip code.
That's actually what I'm really trying to do. I'm trying to work the system, because there are 2 zip codes. At one time, there was a post office where near that farmer's merchant bank was somewhere in that area. We actually had one, but back in the 80s with budget cuts and everything and county going bankrupt, they said, you don't need to. And so it all became one being serviced out of Los Al. So if anything, I'm also trying to work behind the scenes to get the 90210 to be the Rossmoor zip code, reflecting traditional, or I should say appropriate sales tax for online buying. And that zip code would also be applied to the shops on the corner. So that's the only report I wanted to make.
Cool.
Thank you. And by all means, that we'll draft a letter and send it to the businesses. That's actually a good idea. Director Searles.
Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Director Barker. I think I've said everything that I need to say. Thank you for everybody, all our presentations. Thank you for everybody who spoke tonight, and we'll see you next month. Motion to adjourn. So moved. Adjourn.